Morning, everyone. Don't be afraid to show your faces. Now I do the awkward thing where I admit 15 people at once.
Yeah.
I'll share mine in a second. I just need to hook up my camera.
Good afternoon.
Oh.
Hello.
Go. Hey.
Kia ora.
No, wait.
Mate, what-
Sorry, what was that?
I'm just checking if my mic is working.
It is indeed.
Thank you.
Now we do the awkward small talk and silence as we admit everybody.
And then see how many of us get caught out by the fact that it was set to mute.
That's good. Give everyone a couple minutes. Don't be afraid to turn your cameras on, everyone. This is an interactive session where we actually like to see you. This is not John sitting there talking to himself.
Well, hopefully not.
There's Jeff.
I should just point out this isn't a cocktail. It's actually cordial. Don't think I'm drinking all the way through this. I was on a call the other day and somebody said, "Oh, that looks like interesting tea," and it's like, no, it really isn't.
Hello again. Hi, Caitlin. Hi, Jeff. Remember, you can stick your cameras on if you want. We can talk. This is not a lecture. It's a session. It's a workshop.
Yeah, look, I put pants on, so you can too, right?
You've got a Gamescom t-shirt on, yeah?
No, it's Tokyo Game Show.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah.
It's the con fashion that we haven't had for 2 years.
Yeah. No, I thought I had to put on an appropriate t-shirt today. And given us I don't have a games t-shirt from New Zealand yet.
I don't know if I haven't seen one. Hang on, they got the NZGF ones, so they got the Games Festival, but we can't get to Games Festival this year because they don't quite like us that much. A couple of months.
No, we're still pariahs over in Australia. That's how it works.
Not for long though. I'll get there. But there's Daniel again. All right, do you want to kick off, John? We've got everybody coming in, and I'll just gradually let everyone back in.
Let the latecomers in. Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Cool.
All right. Well, Kira, good morning. Thank you for coming, folks. Hopefully you can all see me and hear me. Otherwise, it's going to be quite an entertaining session. I'll just be sat here talking to myself. So I thought a little bit of an intro about me. I don't know how many hands up. Has anybody cyberstalked me? Sort of checked out who I am, who this random person that's talking to you is? Kind of bit from Zag going, yeah, maybe. So hello, good morning. I'm John Cartwright. I've been making games for about 35 years. So I'm quite tired, essentially. So I started out in the 80s as a home computer programmer in the UK, made games, sold them back when we sold them on cassette tapes. And ended up working in production. I've worked for lots of studios. I've done lots of sort of licensed deals. For my sins, I worked on things like SpongeBob SquarePants. I've worked on Reservoir Dogs as well, just as the other end of the scale. I've been on consoles, PC, I've done mobile free-to-play, I've done MMOs. I've done quite a lot, basically, over the years. And the past few years, I've been working as a consultant, working with indie studios, helping them bring their games to market. So helping them do things like pitching, helping them plan their budgets, their finance, their schedule, what have you. So worked with a bunch of developers, some of which you may never have heard of. But last year, one of the big games from last year, The Forgotten City, are clients of mine. I worked on Yonder the Cloudcatcher Chronicles, bunch of sort of things around the place. I do some work for publishers, and I help take indie games into Japan and Korea as well. So kind of a busy chap, really. And this is the second year that V and the Code team have invited me to come and do this. And there are still people that want to come the second year, so that's great news for me. So that's where I kind of come from. I've done a lot of pitching, and really, hopefully you're all here to learn a bit about pitching today. You don't all have to say yes, but at least if somebody would, it would help enormously. Yeah, thanks. That's cool. So just sort of rules for today and the two sessions. So hopefully you understand that like today we're going to go and it's going to be a workshop on how to pitch, why to pitch, all that kind of stuff. And then in 2 weeks, you're actually all going to come back and pitch. Yeah. Now it's not quite Dragon's Den. It's okay. It's not going to be that bad. But the whole point is like, you need to go away and learn, build a pitch deck. And then basically we can give you feedback on it. And the whole point is that, as we'll discuss today, the first time you pitch, it's absolutely the worst ever. So why don't we make it that you pitch it to us and not somebody like a publisher or an investor? So you come back, do it to us. We can give you some pointers. We can give you some feedback, and you actually get a chance to pitch for real on Zoom, which more and more, like the last couple of years with everything going on, is much more of a thing. It's far less about in person. And it's until you do it for real, you can do it in the mirror as much as you like, but until you're doing it to somebody, you really don't know how it goes. So that's kind of what we're up for. So we'll see how many of you chicken out before next week. It'll happen. It's okay. I'm not looking at anybody in particular, but we're going to count and we'll see. Yeah. But it's not a scary thing. And the whole thing is this is a safe space, right? You can say whatever you want and it stays in here. So, I mean, you're all familiar with what an NDA is? A non-disclosure agreement. So we run this more on the principle of friend DA, right? So you can say stuff in here and it's not going anywhere and we're not signing paperwork. So feel free to talk about, like if you've got a game that you're talking about pitching, please feel free to talk about it. It'll help us all to understand a bit more. Nobody's going to steal your game. It'll be fine. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. Excellent. So you know each other. I don't really know you. Could we maybe sort of go around the room and do a little hello? Who are you? Where do you work? What do you, why are you here? Accidentally joined the wrong Zoom meeting, whatever it is. But, and just like, what are you hoping to get out of these sessions? V, do you want to go through the list? Because it probably turns up in a different order to me.
Sure. I'll be chief picker honor.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to pick on the first person that I can see on my grid. So hi, Mickey, you're up first.
All right, unmuted. Kia ora, I'm Mickey Treadwell. I am part of Artify Interactive, and we recently developed a prototype of a game with help from the wonderful people at Code, and especially with lots of help from V. And I am actually quite keen to start pitching the game to publishers soon. So what I'm hoping to get out of this workshop is, the very relevant tips and experience of doing some pitching in a safe environment. And also like see other people's approaches to it. Do I choose the next person or over to you, V?
I'll kick it over to Mr. Pennington over there. You're next.
Hi. Hi everyone, Nathaniel Pennington here. Just new to the game development scene. I'm working at NutriBlocks, creating a nutritional app for kids and hoping to get out of this some more experience. So maybe one day when I start my own company, I'll know how to get the money in the door.
Just on that, you pitch internally all the time. You're pitching ideas, so you're gonna. And Johnny has some great ideas around that as well.
Oh, perfect.
I'll pick on Camille next.
Sorry, unmute. Sorry, the headphones are a little bit funny. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. Hi, my name's Camille. I'm working with Daniel Burtonshaw and our team, and we're looking at creating a strategy fishing game and so I'm here to essentially learn how to pitch to publishers, funders, investors, just to try and build those communication skills. So it'll be really fun to learn a bit more. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Camille. Francis Jones. Hello.
Hi. Is my mic working?
A little bit quiet.
A little bit quiet? Okay, I'll just hold it up. I'm Francis. I'm the team leader of an indie startup called Red Parrot Games, based in Auckland. We're working on our debut game. We actually pitched to publishers last year, and we're going for round 2 this year after being unsuccessful. So I'm hoping to learn a bit on how to improve the pitch during this workshop.
Sounds good. Good to have someone outside just to mix up the experience from good old Dunedin. Thanks, Francis. Caitlin McMillan, you're next. And we can't hear you. No, there's no sound. Okay, maybe we'll come back to you, Caitlin. Rachel Anson, although there's 2 of you, and I know what game you're talking about.
Yeah, g'day. I'm Matt, and this is Rach. We're from Longjaw Games, and we had a successful grant application via code, and we're sort of looking to do the next phase. Not quite yet, because we're still panicking and doing our first year and our proof of concept and stuff. But the next stage at some point will be talking to publishers and things like that. So yeah, looking to learn more about pitches.
Sounds good. And then we'll move over to Kane with some luxurious facial hair that I haven't seen yet.
Hey everyone, got it. I'm Kane. Where to start? Got into a bit of a game development maybe about 5-6 years ago. Try to figure out where I can place myself. Then I started to research a lot and found I had a bit of a passion for quite a lot. Yeah, and we published. Well, I started my own little company so that I try to not have a my actual name with my games and my apps on the mobile stores. But yeah, I didn't get that right with Apple. So yeah, I have a company registered and whatnot, and then I've been trying to move away from the mobile dev and go more into the PC side of things, because I believe as a indie, it's a bit more easier to create and maintain PC console games than say mobile. So yeah, trying to go down that track and trying to find out how to go for the right processes of pitching correctly and using those standout points and whatnot. So yeah, I'm here to take everything in.
Cool. And then we'll move over to Daniel Burtonshaw.
Hi, I'm Daniel. I'm working with Camille at Shogoff Games, and this is Lupin. Sorry, actually occludes from time to time. We got some money from the lovely people at Code to start working on a fisheries fleet simulator, and we're just going through the stress-inducing first year of it, and I'm hoping that I can adapt what I know about pitching elsewhere based on this, so that I've got pitch in expected formats and know the right notes to hit when you're going through it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Jeff, first time we've actually virtually seen each other's faces, but we've talked.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, my name is Jeff Keane. A lot of people call me Zag. I'm the design director of Deep Field Games. We're just a new studio down here in Dunedin. I shipped a game on Steam called Unfortunate Spaceman. And I've been doing indie dev for over a decade now. And I know nothing else. So maybe I can learn more. I'll keep going.
Okay, well now we'll go to someone who knows a lot. Claudia. Muted, Claudia. There we go.
Claudia.
Yeah.
Sorry, Claudia. So co-founder of NutriBlocks, the one that Nick mentioned. So we got some funding from Code also, and hopefully this year trying to pitch to more towards maybe like schools or like health districts or like other kind of companies, because it's like a serious game for health. So I guess any like tips on pitching would really be helpful. Thanks.
Andrew Sadie.
Hi everyone. I'm a indie developer as hobbyist from Dunedin, and I'm attending this workshop so I can get better at conveying my ideas and internal pitching, and of course pitching the code for the next round.
Caitlin, have you got your thanks Andrew, sorry. Yes, we can hear you now, Caitlin. Thanks. Thanks again, Andrew. Caitlin, you go.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I also work for NutriBlocks. I'm quite new in the game world, but hopefully one day I'll get to use these skills to pitch my own games and stuff.
Thanks. Laurie.
Hi everyone. I hope you're all doing well. I am the CEO of Chromatic Pie Games, an indie games company that I started just over a year ago. I've been designing a 2D pixel platformer quite thoroughly as much as I can, and we're focusing on accessibility. So that's something I'm majorly passionate about. I've had 7 years in content creation, so many years playing video games full time. I've received a number of PR emails for video games and marketing and all of that sort of jazz. So I have a kind of an idea for what people are looking for and what pulls them in. But I think I can still learn a whole lot more from how to pitch to publishers, and yeah, that's why I'm here.
Cool, thank you. Edward Stutters.
Just got to unmute myself. Yeah, I'm founder of Peacock's Tail, another recipient of Code Funds who's approaching the end of the runway and is going to have to start thinking about actually moving on to the next stage and shopping around a prototype. Much like NutriBlocks, we are in the educational space. So it's I'm mostly looking for any hints about how to get in touch with maybe unconventional publishers, or who inside the game space is keen on getting into educational games.
Cool, thank you. Tim Murray. Tim, can't hear you. Okay, we'll move on. Alan Fowler.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Alan Fowler. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Auckland. I've been making games for many years. First game shipped on the ZX80, awesome rig. I've been teaching game development for many years as well, and joined this Zoom session, and I have to bail because I've got another Zoom to sort of make sure I'm up to date with the latest and happenings. So if you could send me the recording, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I've pitched games to Xbox, Blizzard, Steam, Valve. And yeah, so got a few games in development myself, both educational and commercial. And yeah, we'll be looking to pitch those pretty soon. So yeah, thanks.
Cool, thank you. We'll make sure you got the recording. Simon?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, can't see you.
Yeah, on my phone, so I'll see if I can get the, see.
There we go.
All right, So, yep, Simon. I'm originally a Dunedinite, and I moved just before Code started. So, good timing to Wellington. PhD student, part-time indie game dev. Coming towards the end of the PhD, so I'm trying to get some good pitching skills out of this, so that I can go full-time once it ends. And part of Tales Tenebris with my partner. It's the name of the studio, to clarify.
Cool, thank you. And Jordan.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, can't see you.
That's all right, I don't have a camera. My name's Jordan Dargaville. I run Transformative Games down in Dunedin. I was part of the third round of code funding. Bit about the current project I'm working on, at least, is called Project Storm. You're playing as a storm chaser, amateur storm chaser, trying to grow your storm chaser network and, you know, going after tornadoes. If you've seen those kind of programs, storm chasers, tornado chasers, it's based on those. Really exciting stuff. Our main goals are for the company, at least, is to build the bridge between build the gap between education and industry. So I'll be looking at working with the Polytech this year, going down having a talk with them, because I'm a real big believer in that education at getting them into the industry factor. So that's some about me.
Oh, thank you. Tim, does your mic work? Tim works for Connections Trust for Studio 2 Connections and Playable. He's working on 2 games, and you'll find this workshop useful for pitching various charity and government departments. They're not for profit. No webcam. Oh, there we go. All right, let's move on.
Great. Well, thanks for that. So, how's today going to work? So there is no template deck. You're not going to go away with a bunch of slides, which may be a bit of a disappointment, but it's the whole thing of like, a pitch is not the same for everybody. Francis's pitch is going to be different to Zag's because your games are going to be different and what you're looking for is going to be different. So there isn't a standard per se. So I don't really like to give out, hey, fill out this template, right? So what we're going to do is talk about why you're pitching, what you're hoping to get out, and how it applies to your game. So everything we talk about, it's why, you know, feel free to talk about what you're doing with your game and ask questions about that or make suggestions about that. And then we can talk about what's the most appropriate for you. So it is a workshop. It's not a lecture. So you need to contribute. It's not just me doing this. Look, ideally, in the past, I've done this sort of face-to-face in a room with a whiteboard, but that's not happening. So like actually for the last couple of years, I've been doing this over Zoom. We did it, I think it was January last year, V. I have it in my mind.
Yeah, we've done this. Didn't we do this for South Australian Film Corp as well?
We did that as well. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I think that was the year before. So, you know, needs must, we get on with it and it's doable. And I do appreciate, obviously it's a bit of an effort being here on Zoom for hours. So we are going to take breaks. It's okay. I'm going to take a break for lunch because obviously it's 10 o'clock here. It's, you know, we're living in the past in Australia in so many ways. Let's not dwell on that. But like we'll have breaks because it's like just staring at the screen and talking is sort of wearing for everybody. Please ask questions as we go along. All right. It's not like wait to the end and go, hey, look, 2 hours ago you said this. And it's like, I'm not going to remember what I said 2 hours ago. Come on, I'm 50. So ask me as we go, interrupt me, absolutely fine. Don't worry, you're not going to offend me at all. And also, you're not going to ask anything stupid. You're really not. So it doesn't matter if there's something you don't understand. If I say something you like, I don't even know what that means. Just call me out on it. There might well be phrases that I sort of use and you're like, what? And just make me explain it. I'm not trying to make it cryptic. It's just, you know, here we go. So, yeah. And yeah, obviously anything we say in here stays in here. So don't sort of worry about that. So we'll kick off and I want to ask you a question. What is a pitch?
Presentation.
Okay, presentation. Yeah. Anybody else got any thoughts on what a pitch is?
It's trying to sell your game to somebody. It's not just presenting it. It's trying to get them to buy into the idea as a whole.
And we have a winner. Yes, it's a pitch. It's a sales pitch, right? So congratulations, you are all salespeople. I don't know if that's what you hoped and dreamed of when you were children, but here you are today. You are all salespeople if you're trying to pitch. And what are you pitching? So Zag, you said you're trying to pitch your game. You're trying to sell your game. What else do you think you're actually selling when you're doing a pitch?
Selling yourself too, right?
Absolutely. You're selling yourself. The way that I talk about it with clients is that you're actually selling confidence. What you're selling is that there is confidence, you're selling confidence in your studio, in yourself, in your game, in your process. That's what people are buying, right? They may be buying your game, but they can't do that if they don't have confidence in you, and if they don't have confidence in how you present yourself, your process, all of that. So it's sales. Next question I'm going to ask, what is a pitch not? And this is maybe a harder question. And, I get that, but yeah, what?
It's not a game design document.
It is not a game design document. You are absolutely right. Fantastic. Thank you. It's one of the things that I hear a lot when I talk to developers, and they're like, oh, we want to approach this publisher. We want to, whether it's a publisher or a fund or, even code, it's like, oh, I've got my game design doc. And it's like, how long is it? It's 246 pages. Great. Nobody wants to read that. V, do you want to read 200? Do you want to read 246 page game design doc?
If you just heard me scream and lose the will to live, that was what just happened.
Yeah. So it's not a game design document. It's not a technical design. It's not an art design document. It's not your wiki, because all of those things are way too detailed, right? They're valuable. You need to have them. I'm not saying go and delete your game design document from your repository right now. Please don't do that. But it's like they're useful, and a publisher will possibly most likely want to see those later. But you don't go in the door with like, hey, here, read my game design doc. Another thing that your pitch isn't just a demo, right? You got any ideas why not just a demo?
Well, I want to see your team.
They do. And it's about context as well. I could show you a demo and it's like, well, how do you judge it? Like, I could look at your demo and it's like, have you been doing this for 6 months or 6 years? For 6 months, it might be impressive. For 6 years, it'd be like, what have you been doing with your life? Has it been part-time? Is this, where are you? Is your demo, is this a vertical slice? Is this, is this your initial demo, your proof of concept? What are you doing it with? All that kind of stuff. So a demo on its own, demos are great. Don't get me wrong. Have a demo. Please have a demo. It helps a lot. But it needs to be presented with context, and that's in line with having a pitch deck. So really, that's what we're going to be talking about today, is really trying to build a pitch deck to support like the other items that you have.
Claudia asked, should a demo be included in the pitch?
Look, yes. I would say I'm a big fan of having demos with pitches if you can. To some extent, it saves you. It's one of the things where if you ever send an email going, oh, would you like to see my pitch? They're always going to say yes, and you just wasted an email. You just wasted some time. Like, oh, would you like the demo as well? Well, what do you think? Yeah, the answer is yes if you can supply it. The key is to give context with it of like, oh, look, this is early, you need this, or whatever it is. But a demo is always really, really appreciated. I'm not sure how it works with code in terms of, do you require demos always, V?
We require demo for the startup fund. For Kickstarter, yeah. I mean, the whole fund is about prototyping, so that we don't require it at that level. It depends. Andrew points out that it depends on what stage you're at. I think the other thing too is, particularly for publisher funding, from my experience, or from code second round, don't give us something that's blocky, full of programmer art, and kind of doesn't feel quite done.
Yeah. So, I mean, yes, demos are great. It may be that for something, for some grants, you don't need them. It may be that the concept is what you're pitching and you actually want to produce a demo at the end of it. And I think that's, with a lot of kind of screen agency grants, that's quite often what it is. But if you're pitching for money, like for real money, no offense, Fee, but for, larger amounts of money, somebody, again, it's about selling confidence. And if you can't give them a build to a demo to show, hey, look, we can do this. We're partway there. We just need your help. It's difficult for somebody to spend a bunch of money with you. So yeah, demo's great. So what I want to do next is we talked, a few of you mentioned why you are here. And what we're going to do is we're going to start working in, I'm going to create a mind map. And I'm going to share the link to it in chat. And you should all be able to get into that and see it. I will share my screen as well if you like. It might help some of you, but hopefully...
we've got a couple of people on mobile devices, so we're going to...
Yeah, so I'll share the screen as well. But we're going to go... thanks, Alan. See you. We're going to go and create a mind map for all of this, and you'll all get access to it afterwards. So obviously take as many notes as you like, but this will be a resource that you can come back to after today. So don't stress if you don't catch absolutely everything. So bear with me whilst I get that set up. And let me get the share screen. All right. So hopefully you folks can see that.
Yeah, gotcha.
Excellent. So what is your pitch deck for? Why are you pitching? So somebody want to give me an idea for why they are pitching today?
Money.
Yes. Okay. So let's say funding. So, I mean, I guess, Daniel, there's a few things we can talk about there with funding. When you say funding, where is your funding coming from, hopefully?
We're in a particularly odd position. Eventually, I'd like to go back to V. V would also like us to go to publishers. A lot of the inspiration and like the main modeling that's going into our product has come out of a TV show. And okay. I actually want to go back to the guy who runs that TV show, who's kind of been a childhood hero of mine, and ask if his productions company wants to.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to say there is like funding or investment that is distinct from publishing and distribution. Look, that absolutely happens. So we've kind of given away one of the other ones here where it's like publishing and distribution. So I'm just going to type that one in so nobody gets a free ride. And this is most often, people talk about publishing quite a lot, and I will talk about publishing, but really what we're talking about is publishing and distribution. If you go to a publisher, you're looking for money, obviously, to sort of help you. Well, most of the time, not everybody's looking for money. But you're also looking for the distribution side of it. That what a publisher brings to the table for you as an independent developer is that they can distribute. They can do PR, they can do sales, they can do marketing, they can help you with stuff like localization, they can help you with things like QA. So there's a whole host of servicing there. So the publishing part is one of it, but there's a whole sort of back-end bit of distribution. What else is anybody pitching for that isn't either of those?
Support.
Sorry, who said support?
Caitlin.
Caitlin. And what do you mean by support, Caitlin?
Like support on what the next steps are and like the actual process of what you're doing.
Okay. Would you say like business support? Is that?
Yeah, more the business side of it.
I'll call that business and commercial support. And I think somebody else spoke at the same time with something else, maybe.
Yeah, just marketing reach.
Marketing reach. Okay. Okay, and so is that different, do you think, to the publishing and distribution, Mickey?
It could potentially come under distribution. I was thinking about publishers who often have relationships with platforms or existing relationships with PR companies or streamers and that kind of thing. So it could come under distribution.
So yeah, I'm going to leave that as distribution, but you raise an interesting thing, and it's platform access. So one of the things that you may have to do, obviously with Steam these days, you can pretty much, it's the Wild West, you can pretty much publish whatever you want. But it's not the same on Epic right now. It certainly isn't the same on any of the console platforms. And there are other sort of distribution markets, different platforms that you need to pitch to get into. And that's another very valid thing to do. It may be, I think it's a lot easier now than it used to be, but back in the day, if you wanted to be a licensed PlayStation developer, you kind of had to persuade Sony why you were good enough. And so that would be a pitching process, show your technical prowess, whatever. It's broadly easier, but it also, it does help to be able to pitch for these things, to support your case and say, hey, look, we are reputable people, we are good people, we have a plan, we're not just cowboys.
You have to still do that currently, don't you? You got to pitch to them, to Sony, to get in the Sony dev program.
I think it varies. I think Sony are probably the most difficult one at the moment. Xbox is pretty much fill out a form and they do a very minor vetting, and then they send you 2 Xbox dev kits for free, which is great. Switch is easy. Nintendo used to be horrific.
Yeah, Nintendo was impossible.
Absolutely used to be awful. Nintendo is a lot more open now in terms of getting on there to be a Switch dev. But I think you're right that PlayStation is the hardest one, which is strange. But yeah, so platform access is another reason to pitch. Any other thoughts?
I have one.
Yes, please.
I think another very important element is also feedback. If you deliver a pitch and it doesn't quite hit the margin, it's crucial to get that feedback so you can improve on it before you deliver it again to another publisher.
Okay, you are absolutely right. The way I talk about that is it's business relationships for the future. So what I've done this, Laurie, I've pitched to publishers that I know I have no chance with, because you want the contact and you want the experience. And it's super, super valuable because you never know. There are things that have taken me years to get into certain companies with pitches, but it's because I've kept plugging away at it and getting feedback. But then also the other thing is the person you pitch to at, I don't know, let's say Microsoft today, could be at Sony or Devolver tomorrow, and then they remember you, and it's useful to have that pitch. You keep in touch with people. So I've got ins to companies that I would never have got into because I've pitched to people when they were somewhere else. So all of the sort of pitching process, this is an ongoing thing. This is, you don't fire and forget, is what I'm going to say. So yeah, 100%. Thank you for that, Laurie. Any other reasons to pitch, or do I need to start filling some out myself, which is fine?
What about if I need QA, and what about if I need community management?
Yeah, look, that's absolutely. I feel that kind of comes under the publishing and distribution, to be honest, V, because you're looking for external services. So one of the, fairly obviously, somebody in the room has the power to give grants. It's not me. Just going to say it isn't me. It's V. So some of you have already pitched to V. Whether it's been in quite the form that we're doing it here, perhaps not. But it's like that's a pitch, and I think a lot of the principles of what we're going to go through here today will only help you in the future with Code New Zealand grants. And I don't know, do you have other New Zealand government grants? Or is
so there's a New Zealand Film Commission round running at the moment. I would hazard a guess that we've got some people who are on this call who might have applied for that as well.
Fantastic. So great. Other government grants. That's another really useful thing. I have two more that you may not have thought of. So one of them is foreign distribution, foreign publishing and distribution. And I touched on this a little bit earlier with what I've done in the past. So it may well be, you have a great game, you pitch to Code, Code helps you build the game, you go off and release the game on your own as an indie developer and you're living the dream. And then it's like, well, maybe this game would sell well in Korea. Maybe this game would sell well in Japan. But the chances are you don't speak Japanese or Korean, and the chances are you don't know the business in those countries. So finding foreign distribution is another really valuable thing for you as an indie dev if you're self-publishing, and can actually be very lucrative. I've done this a lot in the last few years with indie devs, where we've taken games that have been self-published or even published by a publisher, but just in the West, and taken them to Korean game shows, to Tokyo Game Show, and done deals with publishers for foreign distribution. It's not...
Sorry, Andrew in the chat's asking if this is reinforcing if your idea is marketable. Sorry, that's leading into your distribution conversation.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That in terms of like a pitch reinforced, the feedback that you get, Andrew, is if people come back and say no, if they're consistently coming back and saying no, you want to get some feedback on that, absolutely, and find out, is it because it's not a commercial idea? Is it too niche? So yes, absolutely. So foreign publishing and distribution. The other thing, and I know we've not really been doing much for the last few years, would be getting to expos and showcases. So to have your game shown somewhere. So quite often for these things, space is limited, whether it's a PAX or similar, or whether it's like the Steam Festival or some games festival, you need to pitch to get in them. And you can bet that everybody else is putting lots of effort in. So you kind of need to as well.
Two things on that note. PAX Australia is running this year, and Code's going. We have an 8-pod booth sitting in storage in Melbourne, which I didn't get to use last year. So we, barring an actual asteroid hitting into the Earth, I think we're pretty much going to be on our way. So we haven't got down to the pitching around that, but that's a really good point.
Yeah, and hopefully you're not a prophet of doom. I didn't have asteroid on my bingo card for 2022, V. So then we need to look at, like, with each of these, what are you actually getting out of it? So fairly obviously with the funding and investment, it's money, and it could be a business partner. So the past couple of years, Tencent have been voraciously hungry, and they've, rather than just acquire developers, they've actually done a lot in the space now of doing small capital investments in developers. So I have a couple of clients who have taken investment from Tencent in the last year here in Australia. I know already, there's a couple of studios tied up with Tencent already in New Zealand, but they are always looking. And whilst they may come and knock on the door and say, hey, we like what you're doing, do you want to talk? You need to be able to provide them with the kind of information, and again, the kind of confidence that they can value your company and consider making a capital investment. On the publishing and distribution, look, what are you looking for there? It's probably money. Can you think of anything else that you might get out of publishing and distribution with a publisher?
Translating into different languages.
Yep, localization, absolutely. They're well experienced at that, and it can be an expensive thing.
That might fall under console ports, other platforms.
Yep, absolutely. Happens a lot.
You get their team's development expertise.
Yep. So you get tech support. Yep.
Actually, additionally, you get other teams support as well. Sometimes a publisher will get you in touch with other studios under their umbrella, and be like, oh, they know that problem. They can help with that. It's pretty handy.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
QA.
QA, absolutely another thing. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can get out of that. And so those are things to think about when we're building the pitch deck. One of the things we're going to talk about is what are you asking for? And so we'll come to that later. On the business, commercial support. So again, that might be money. It might be, I think, was this, sorry, Laurie, was this you or was this, I forget?
No, mine was the business relationship.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Sorry. So business commercial support, realistically, you know, it could be money, it could be advice that you're looking for, it could be like guidance.
Does marketing fall under this umbrella?
Look, I think, yeah.
And platform relationships.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about just the access, I'm talking about actually positioning on a marketplace, on a platform, on the front page.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously your platform access gets you, you know, like access to, to dev kits, to marketplaces. So, obviously if you're going the indie route of wanting to do that, that's all fine and it's all perfectly doable, but it may also come into publishing and distribution. It might be that you're looking for a publisher to get you onto a platform. You may want to do the ports yourself, but haven't had access to the platform. That might be something a publisher sort of helps you with, or it could be that you're chasing it yourself, specifically. Most commonly, indies are chasing Switch, and the Switch is still, despite the fact it's flooded, absolutely flooded with titles, it's still a good place for indies right now. In terms of how the store works, in terms of visibility, but all platforms are worthwhile looking at. The business relationships for the future. So, I mean, for me, this is networking, and it's reputation. So you're building your reputation. Going and pitching to people, even if nothing comes out of it, it doesn't mean that it's worthless. You're in somebody's contact book, you are a memory, and you become more familiar. It's really, really worth doing. And again, like with people switching jobs, switching publishers, switching platforms, whatever it is, it's very, very seldom that any pitch is a waste of time, no matter how much it feels like it. I've gone to Gamescom or GDC and done these meetings with people that are like, what the heck is this for? It's like, I could be drinking coffee, but then surprisingly, it comes back and turns into something very much worthwhile. So never turn down a pitch is what I would say, because you're always wanting to build relationships. So obviously Code New Zealand grants, that's easy, and that's these money. But it's also...
Yeah, because it's my money personally. That's exactly.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. But it's, more seriously, it's money and it's support, really. It's like I'm pretty sure, V, that it's not just, hey, here's some cash, see you in a year. I don't think it quite works like that, does it?
No. Money, mentorship, commercialization, free workshops. We've got to shout out for free workshops. We do it back on those. Relationships. All of the above.
Yeah. So very much, I think that the New Zealand grants you were talking about, V, is that primarily financial, or is there sort of support and development?
It's primarily financial. I know that Film Commission do. I mean, I've been consulting with Film Commission. They do their financial, which is an R&D grant, goes up to 50K.
Yep.
And they also do a professional development grant as well.
Yep.
And I know there's a Ministry of Culture and Heritage, which is primarily concentrated around stuff of cultural value.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Foreign publishing and distribution. Well, that's going to be sort of similar to publishing and distribution, except foreign markets. What I'm going to say here is localization and culturalization. So.
So you got time for a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Andrew's asking, business relationships umbrella, different publishers want different genres as well?
Absolutely, Andrew. And we will get to that later when we talk about who you want to pitch to in terms of what your game is. It's not, your indie title is not something that Ubisoft want to see, for example. They're very much about Assassin's Creed and building their franchises. They're not so much about indie games. Similarly, if there is a publisher who is, I'm just going to pick on Devolver. Devolver tend to do kind of edgy games, maybe a bit of violence. They're possibly going to be less interested in an eco game. I mean, I'd love to be proved wrong, and that would be hilarious when they announce one tomorrow. But, you find your market. So, yeah, absolutely different publishers want different genres and different platforms sometimes. Some publishers won't bother with, say, Switch, or they're only mobile, or they're only free to play. There's a whole bunch of things around there to consider about who you're pitching to when you're talking about publishers.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add that would also work like if they transition to another company, like you were saying. Then
yes,
might
absolutely.
Want those other genres, and they might call you.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. So on the foreign publishing, I was talking about localization. Obviously, one of the things that I find most localization companies do a pretty terrible job of Asian languages. And I normally go out to localizers in those countries to get like proper localization. There's times when I've paid for 3 runs of localization because it hasn't been good. And the last one has always been in the country of where they sort of speak it. So foreign publishing broadly, if you're talking Japanese, if you're talking Korean, they will absolutely retranslate everything for you and get it right. The benefit for that is you get to roll it back into your normal rest of the world builds if you have those languages in. But also it's a better quality, and that's absolutely essential. The culturalization thing is more, there are certain things that are no-nos in different countries, and there are certain things that surprise you with culturalization. So if you'll indulge me for a minute, there was a game I worked on PlayStation 2 20-something years ago. I was doing everybody knows like Looney Tunes, like the Warner Brothers cartoons. So I was working on a title for the Tasmanian Devil, Taz Wanted, I think it was. And we had a level and it was in like a shopping mall or a supermarket or something. And we had escalators. And we got a bug back from QA going, oh, the escalators are taking Taz the wrong way. And so we sort of looking at the game and it's like we got on the escalator and it's like the up escalator was taking them up and the down escalator was taking them down. And we're like, we don't get it. What they were actually reporting was from a cultural point of view, like driving on the other side of the road, we had the escalators the wrong way around as far as they were concerned, which is a crazy thing, but these are the kind of the bits and pieces. One of the I think it's kind of been eradicated now, but back in the day on Sony, where we used to use like X and triangle or X and circle for yes and no, Japan used them the other way around. And it was a requirement of taking your game to Japan that you had to swap the buttons around because it's a real cultural thing. Pretty sure that's all handled in software now and it's a setting, but it's surprising what comes up. Daniel, you had your hand up for a question or a comment.
I was just going to say that a lot of what we previously were saying about, different places do different things, that sort of, I just feel like I want to say that the golden rule is always, know your audience first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you're going to have to adapt your pitch to even slightly, given, if you go to 2 places that are similar, you're still going to have to adapt it because there's going to be really small deltas in the audience.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that's something we'll talk about. I'm actually a big fan of customizing your pitch deck for every single pitch. So for every publisher you talk to, I create, I might have a baseline one and then I adapt it sometimes slightly, sometimes more than slightly for that publisher. And we'll talk about reasons why and how later on, but I 100% agree with you, Daniel. It's a very good point. So the final thing with getting into expo showcases is like that, just, it's what you're looking for is obviously to attend the show, the expo, whatever, but it's discoverability and it's press is what you're looking for. Does that all make sense to everybody?
Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, excellent. Righto, so what we're going to do now, we're going to start talking about what should actually be in your pitch deck. So if you bear with me, and I will create a new thing somewhere. Let me stop sharing the screen so that you don't see me make lots of mistakes. How about that? Yeah, that's better. Right. So, cool. Just fight with that briefly. Right.
What's the difference between a pitch deck and a written pitch?
Sorry, say again, V.
What's the difference between a pitch deck and a written pitch?
Well, look, I think a pitch deck is going to be something like a PowerPoint. It's going to be a series of slides, and it's going to be pretty brief. This is, again, something we'll talk about. A written pitch may well have more detail, is what I'm expecting. Right, and here we are, and I'm back, and it's as if I knew what I was doing in Miro. So we're going to talk about what should your pitch deck contain. What do you think's in a pitch deck? How do we structure it? If we think about it as a series of slides, where do we start?
Concept art.
No.
A lot of people ask for a video.
Okay. I think there's a video is part of, could be it, but where do we start with a pitch deck?
Elevator pitch.
We're gonna
who you are.
Title. Absolutely. We're gonna have a title slide. Absolutely. The elevator pitch was basically is the next bit. So what I'm going to call that is the game description. So with everybody knows what an elevator pitch is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you all have one for your games?
Yeah, mostly. Yeah.
Yeah. And we want to share one?
Actually, the elevator pitch is something I've had real trouble with.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's quite an unusual concept in the educational sphere. So how much detail do you think you should go into where you are pitching something which is unusual?
We'll get what we're going to do is we're going to map out what all these slides that I think you need in your pitch deck are, and then we're going to go through each of them in detail and talk about what should be in them. So, Edward, we will get to that. Elevator pitch it is a hard thing. It's a tricky thing. Anybody else got one that they can share, like 1 or 2 sentences about what their game is that they think is their elevator pitch?
I can share mine.
Great. Go on then, Francis. Thank you.
Did you want the 1 sentence or the 2 sentence?
Let's go for the luxurious 2 sentence. I think we've got time.
Okay. So you play as Marco, a warrior chef in a world of sentient food, slicing up enemies for ingredients to cook your abilities mid-combat. And you'll be traveling through 4 food kingdoms in a third-person action adventure where you're racing to stop the spread of the rot.
Cool. Sounds pretty good to me, I got to say. That's awesome. Yeah, nice job. Nice job. That's perfect, really, for what we would put on a slide. So for the sort of the game description. Beyond that, and I think you're almost verging on it. The next thing that I talk about is what I call the hook. So what is it about your game? What's unusual what's like, so you talked about yours. It's in the food kingdom. You're stopping the rot. There's kind of an interesting hook there. Something that's like, it's not. So is this Francis? Is this like a kind of combat game, platforming combat game, or?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. So rather than just being a platform game, rather than just being a combat game, it's like, well, look, it's food. You've got all this stuff. There's a whole load of things you can play there with the hook. Anybody else got a hook for their game that they're prepared to share?
Our game is going to include an actual ecological simulation, discrete, but not continuous. But that's something else that you don't see in a lot of things. It's not like a real world simulation.
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, the hook is something. It just needs to stand out. How are you different from anything else? Is it going to make people think? Is it going to make them laugh? Is it going to make them smile? And we'll talk about what that might be as we go through each of these in detail. Following on from this, where I kind of like to go is some kind of description of game mechanics. So if we go back to Francis, it's like, well, you would be, I assume you'd be talking about platforming action, some kind of combat action.
Yeah, so it's all our unique selling points. So stuff that our game has and other games don't.
Yeah. And it's like people talk about unique selling point. I don't actually believe there's anything unique anymore, but it's like, I know exactly, I understand it. People talk about, oh, what's the USP? And it's like, and they also don't want unique, to be honest.
But the word unique is just, everyone needs to take that out of their vocabulary pitching. It just doesn't work.
But it's like, for me, it's a hook. And it may be that the hook links into your game mechanics and your gameplay description, so that may be the thing. The next one that I tried to touch on, and it's not relevant for everybody, is there multiplayer? Is it moddable? Is there an editor? So these are about different types of user engagement, basically. So some folks live for multiplayer games, some folks live for the ability to mod or having an in-game editor. User-generated content is very, very powerful. Sometimes a nightmare to police, but it's a big thing, and it's a big feature. I don't actually think it's a problem if you have none of these. For some of you, this slide is not going to exist, right? There are certain, and all of these slides, you're going to adapt to your game, to your pitch the best way that you can. This isn't concrete. I would say a lot of you are probably not going to have that slide. Do any of you at the moment have multiplayer mods editor planned?
I have multiplayer planned.
Yeah, cool.
Multiplayer's core. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, cool. It's a good thing to have. It's not gonna kill you if you don't have it. Don't believe the whole single player is dead thing. It just absolutely isn't. Most of the games that that are selling, that are being made, are still, single player is doing very, very well. Thank you very much. The next one that I look at is look and feel. And it can get a bit vague here because it's going to be quite different for you. It might be the look, you might be talking about the art style, you might be talking about the animation. It might be that there's some quirk. Obviously with Francis, the game is all about food. It might be that you're miniature. It might be that you're a giant. It could be that you're a robot. I don't know. But it's like, what is making your game stand out, and what does it feel like? The feel may be something emotional. If you're running a narrative game, if you're looking at something like that Dragon Cancer and you're tugging on heartstrings, you're really going for emotion. It may be that it makes you laugh. It may be a funny game. It may be that it's just action, just fun, just relentless, whatever. It's like getting across a bit of a mood of your game, I think, is really important. And that's going to be different for each of you.
Kane's asking, would we class the previous areas as game modes?
Would we class previous areas as game modes? Kane, what sort of What do you mean by that? Sorry, I want to answer that, but I'm not sure. I can.
Yeah, so when you say multiplayer editor and mods, is that we just class that as game modes, like different areas of game modes within the game, campaign, co-op?
No. I would describe that more. I think we'd probably put that kind of thing maybe with a game mechanics, gameplay description.
Right.
I mean, like, yes, we should, we talk about it because we need to sort of talk about scope of what's in the game and everything. But I think when I'm talking multiplayer mods editor, it's kind of that, like, is it online? Is it, or is it couch co-op?
Since multiplayer might be core to the experience, is it more user created content? Is it saying where users can modify the game?
If you've got that, yes, absolutely. Not everything does, and it may be that that the game is absolutely a core multiplayer game, and that's fine. Obviously, there's a lot of successful ones there, but it might be that you've chosen to add user-generated content or allow user-generated content in some form. Whether that's an in-game editor, whether that's that folks can add assets. Yeah, indeed. So beyond look and feel, and this is something that we touched on a little bit earlier, that Andrew raised about different publishers and stuff, and that's going to be market analysis. So you need to know who you're selling your game to, essentially. We will talk about this in more detail, but you need to make it clear. It may not be clear from your slides that, like, who's this game for? Oh, this game is for teenage boys that like Fortnite, or this game is for people that like cats, but then you need to look into that space. You need to be able to justify, well, why does my game exist, and is there a market for it? Because again, this all comes back to your selling. So you need to be able to sell. So we'll talk a little bit about what market analysis is and what you shouldn't do as well, because it's really easy to sort of paint yourself into a bit of a corner with that. My next thing is platform details. So what is your game?
Sorry, I see platform details left off written pitches all the time. There's just no mention of it. Yeah.
So nobody's psychic. And again, it comes back, as Andrew said, to different publishers work in different genres, but also on different platforms, So it might be if you're pitching to, obviously if you're pitching to a first party, if you're pitching to Microsoft, it's probably not worth telling them that you want to do a Switch SKU. Probably not that interested in it, to be fair. And again, this comes back to you custom make your pitches for each person and you change them. But talking about what platforms you're on helps. It's all part of the business case. So if you're like, well, look, it's Mac only, there's a lot of people with Macs, but are there a lot of people with Macs who want to buy your game? So it's important, I feel. Your game can have a niche. I think your game having a niche is a good thing, but the market needs to be big enough that it warrants the investment. So you want to be on a current platform. So pitching somebody saying, hey, I'm going to do a PlayStation 3 game. Yeah, not going to work. Fairly obviously. But, from the same point of view, much as people, in development love Linux, nobody's that interested in funding a Linux game. It might be one of your platforms, Realistically, you would be quite brave to not put it on Windows PC. Not saying it's impossible, but it's like you kind of want to be on Windows PC. And then realistically, you're probably talking about Steam. Much as, we love itch, and much as, Epic is cool, it's realistically the Steam market is the PC market. The others are secondary and nice to haves. On console, can you take it across all the consoles? There are certainly some challenges if you're leading on PlayStation 4 and wanting to go to Switch, or PlayStation 5 and wanting to go to Switch. And again, this may be where you talk about what you want to do and what you want help on. So it might be that you're like, hey, look, totally comfortable doing PC, pretty comfortable doing Switch, don't want to touch Xbox, thanks. It really is like where a publisher can help you. And again, it puts out your desire. It may be that you want to say, hey, look, we want to become console developers. Can you help us? And it helps form the idea of where your game sits in the market. There are a lot of PC-only games that are successful, absolutely. But broadly, my experience with publishers is that they're looking to get on as many platforms as possible because it reduces the risk and there's the potential to make more money for everybody.
What happens if a game does well? I mean, how, in your experience, how have you seen a game do better on consoles or better on a particular platform than others?
Yeah, look, it's funny. So one of the titles that I worked on a few years ago, which you may or may not be familiar with, was a game developed here in Brisbane called Yonder, the Cloudcatcher Chronicles. So that was actually, it wasn't published by them, but it was funded by Sony. PlayStation Europe funded that. And so there was an exclusivity period of how long it had to be on only PlayStation. It launched on PC at the same time because they didn't see that as a competitive thing. And it did okay on PlayStation. All right. But we put it on Switch 10 months later and it went gangbusters on Switch. The exact same game, but it went gangbusters on Switch. And then, it went well in Japan, particularly on Switch. It ended up on Xbox. We put it on the Xbox and, I think got some money out of Microsoft to get it in Games with Gold or something. But it's like, it was more like well, we might as well complete the set, rather than anything. But yeah, very common, like indie games in general, as far as console goes, like unless they are fully backed by one of the platforms, they will probably do best on Switch.
Simon's asking, how do you sell an ambitious project in a pitch deck?
Carefully. I guess, Simon, when you talk about ambitious, how are you defining ambitious? Do you mean expensive or technically risky or?
Can you explain them all areas like that, please?
Is Simon just typing to us, do we think?
Large game scale, large world.
Okay. So in terms of that, I think what you're talking about there is a risky proposition. You're talking about a risky investment. So what you want to do there is you need to have mitigation for the big risks. Something like a large scale game, if you're talking open world, there are some technological risks there. So you need to know how you're going to deal that. If you're sort of saying, hey, it's my first game, kind of want to make GTA, probably not going to go well, right? But if you have made a bunch of titles, you've got some experience behind you, and you're like, well, look, we've done this, and what we want to do next is an open world game, but here's how we're going to do it. And you would probably want to have quite a bit of detail on the technology you're using. You would want to prototype, you would want to prove out a bunch of the risks. Because when a publisher's looking at you, they may like the game, but you may be too risky, or they may just not like the game. It may not suit them. But if they like it, then what you need to do is be as risk-free as possible. You will never be risk-free unless you're bringing them a finished game and you're not looking for money. And then it's easy, right? But if you're talking about large-scale game, open world, it's like you need to start talking about, well, do you have all your team on board? If not, how realistic is it to hire them? We could get into a lot of detail on that, and it's something that maybe at the end we can go into a little bit more detail if that's okay, and we'll try and get through what we're trying to get through right now.
A couple of years ago, I saw a spat where I saw a bunch of first-time developers, and they were all basically pitching an open-world RPG. And it was like, and you know what? I took the look at the grant when you're a first-time developer making an open-world RPG, read through it, and pretty much just wrote it off because there's just no way that the risk is too high. So public money, it just doesn't work. By the same token, at the moment, what I'm seeing from the feedback I'm getting from developers, that if you're a first-time developer pitching for more than 200K US, the application or the pitch just gets shelved.
So, Kane, how do you explain the technical side of the game mechanics? Ideally, you'd have a demo that shows the bits that are risky, right? So, whatever it is, there's publishers are risk averse, and they're always going to want, documentation or proof. They want to be comfortable. So, I can take it back on my Taz Wanted game on PlayStation 2. So we were doing that for Infogrames. And it started out, it was going to be PS2 only. And then unsurprisingly, as time went on, they're like, oh, could you put it on this platform? Could you put it on this platform? And they're like, oh, look, we want it on Xbox, but could you do us like a technical due diligence? And so we wrote up a document for them and they weren't happy. And they're like, oh, no, we need details on this, details on this. So we just sent them a demo of the entire game running and they shut up. Because it solved all of their technical qualms. They were picking holes in this document and that document. And then we sent them an executable of it that just ran on Xbox and they're like, oh, okay. So sometimes you kind of have to explain away that doubt by doing it. In terms of how long you've spent doing something, Kane, just looking at your question in the chat there. Yes, one of the things, we'll talk about this when we start talking about funding and stuff. But one of the things that's very important to me, and I stress to all of my clients, is you're not, unless you've done literally nothing, you are not going to a publisher asking for all of the money. Whether you've physically spent money, you have spent time, you have got cost in that game. So, Kane, you've put however long in your game, weeks, months, years, whether it's like 8 hours a week, whatever, you are not starting from nothing when a publisher says, okay, we're going to fund this. The publisher is not funding 100% of development. You have put in effort before that. And that's something that I always try and get people to, don't let that be diminished, right? That the effort you've put in to get to where you are is huge and it has a value. And don't undersell yourself, So, yeah. Simon, first playable good way to inspire confidence, read a report. You always need, yes, having a first playable is great. It's always great to have a demo, unless it's a terrible demo. But like if you've got a demo that is, solid, that people have played, that doesn't crash, you do need to provide some context with that in terms of build notes, in terms of maybe it's controls, maybe it's, oh, look, it only works with an Xbox controller at the moment. We haven't got the PlayStation controller working if it's on PC, something, right? Or it won't run in ultra wide. The obvious known things that don't work, just as the gotchas, but then giving some idea of like, this demo is to show this. It demonstrates the first 2 quests of the game, or it demonstrates look, here's our prototype vehicle control in an open world, or whatever it is that you're trying to demonstrate, but you set some expectation. If you're not setting an expectation of what your demo is delivering, it could be misinterpreted. A little bit like when I was talking earlier about, this demo took us 6 years or 6 weeks. It's massively important to deliver it with some context.
Andrew had his hand raised before.
Yeah.
No, it's all right. I think it answered the question. Yeah.
All right. Cool. So the next bit, and it's important, timeline and the schedule. So how long is it going to take to do what you want to do? So let's just say, Simon, you've delivered your first playable, as a demo with them. How much longer do you need to complete the game? And you need to sort of have some idea of how and why, because nobody's going to sign on and say, yeah, we'll give you unlimited money for unlimited time. It's just not going to happen. You need to tell them and you need to have some confidence in it. And there's a few things that you have to decide that are really, really hard, but you're the only person that can define those. Price is one of them, and we'll come to that later. The next other bit is the commercial plan, and that includes your budget. I work with a lot of people and they're like, oh, what do you think it's worth? And it's like, nah, it doesn't work that way. What do you need? And so that's also going to be a bit of a function of your timeline. You know, if you need a staff of 10 and it's going to take 2 years, you can work out what your staff costs are. But there needs to be, essentially, a publisher needs to think, hey, look, this is going to cost us however much, or an investor, but there's a good chance of return on it. So another thing we'll talk about with commercial plan is estimating what you think you're going to sell. Because much as a publisher might like your game, they're not going to publish it because they like it. They're going to publish it and invest in you because they think they can make a load of money. Horribly, but you know, that's kind of capitalism, isn't it? Another thing that I like to include is key studio details and staff. Sometimes as well, and it will depend on how much time we've got today, I advise people to do a separate pitch deck for their studio and actually go into more detail about who's involved, how the studio works, the studio history, you know, all your process, what kind of tools you use. And again, it's about your selling confidence, your selling experience. And then the final one, amazingly, people forget this, contact details. So who to contact at the studio. I usually put something like thank you on it as well. Do all those slides make sense to everybody? Is there anything that folks think is missing?
Looks
Who's got his hand up?
I think there's one missing, potentially audio. Would that be under look and feel?
Feasibly, yeah, you'd find this. It's up to, if your game is based around audio, then absolutely have a slide dedicated to it. I tend to include it in one of the others. Yeah, it's like, obviously if you're if you're sort of like some rhythm action music game, sure, but then it will probably come into your hook and your gameplay mechanics. Yeah.
I have it I have that in our writing guide for code, principally because a lot of the time, for the amount of pitches I see where there's just no plan around audio.
Yeah,
that's a specific thing I've done for code and for a written pitch. I probably for a 10-slide pitch deck, it's probably not a thing here.
Yeah, that's fine. I think one thing to remember with the pitch deck is you're not going to get everything in it, right? It's kind of your foot in the door. And you actually want the publisher to have questions because that means they're talking to you.
I guess also to add to that, sorry.
No, please.
I was wondering about external help, or if you're getting external inputs, and then does that tie into risk analysis? Do we need to get that in there too?
So when you talk about external inputs, are you talking about using contractors or?
Yeah, like external studios, maybe to go off that audio side of things if your team doesn't have that.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. That's something that you'd cover that with key studio details and staff slide. It might be where you go, hey, look, we're 2 programmers, 3 artists. We're working with this trusted outsource company to do our audio. You might cover it there. So it's like, we haven't forgotten, but it's like, this is what our core competency is. And then we use specialists to do, the bits and, the other bits. So yeah, I would cover that in there. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just to expand on that, would it also be like some publishers just do like marketing and PR, or some will actually help you and support and finance you, I guess? Yeah,
I mean, it depends what you want. There are some publishers that will. There are some publishers that won't publish you unless they are investing in the game, which sounds a little counterintuitive. I've known of some developers who have wanted to go to a publisher and say, "Hey, look, we just want the publishing bit, the PR. We just don't want to deal with that. Can you do that?" And the publisher's gone, "Well, no, we want to invest in you." And part of why they want to invest is because of the way they want to do revenue split and they want to recoup costs. But there are publishers that are quite happily sort of, yeah, look, we can just do the publishing bit for sure. It tends to be the smaller publishers who would go there. Not exclusively, but the smaller publishers would potentially have less capacity to do the full service, as we call it. It's not, there's no rule, but if you're pitching to, I don't know, let's say Devolver are a decent size, like they floated recently and they're worth a whole load of money. They can provide everything. I also know that they will quite happily do deals where they're not funding, they're just doing the publishing. And one of the benefits there, if you're in that lucky position, is that you would probably get better business terms out of it because they're taking less of a risk. They're still investing, but they're not investing anything in the development. They're obviously investing in the marketing, the PR, probably the QA, let's be honest, and sort of support, but they're not investing in the development. So you're kind of removing some risk from them. And so as a result, you would get better business terms.
Is there any situation where you might be sort of dealing with two people, right? Sort of like somebody would be financing you as a publisher, but then they don't do any of the PR. So how do you pitch to the second publisher?
Feasibly, that has happened. So there are cases in point where, so I talked earlier about Sony funding Yonder, and what they do sometimes is they invest for a game to come to their platform and they support in terms of getting dev kits and what have you, but they don't want to be the ultimate publisher, but they are also very open to working with another publisher on it. So one of the things, it can get a little bit more complicated. So for example, if your game was with like PlayStation, Sony was backing you financially, they would probably still want to retain it as a PlayStation exclusive for a period of time. So probably for the first 9 months, you'd only be on PlayStation. But, I've spoken to them in the last year about that kind of situation, and they're perfectly happy to work with other publishers. They say it actually works for them. And I think it works for the other publisher sometimes because it's like, well, somebody else has got confidence in this. We're not in this alone. If somebody else has shown financial investment in a title. So for example, if any of you have had funding from, and we've talked about how it's V's personal money, so let's just run with that. If V has invested in you, V isn't doing that to be nice because we all know that's not V's shtick, right? V is doing it because, there's potential here. This is a project that is worth backing, right? There is something to build here. Now, with code, it is different. You're not looking for profit, right? But you're not allowed to, I don't think, are you?
No, I mean, like for us, what you would show by showing us as a co-funder is one, there's a due diligence process that's already been passed over the product and the team. So, and straight out, there's no hooks on that. It doesn't. We don't take anything. We don't take IP. We don't take with the friendliest investor imaginable, which is why we're coming out.
Yeah. So if you've jumped through all the hoops that V needs you to jump through, and you've got funding, there's actually real benefit when you then go and talk to a publisher, because a publisher is going to go, oh, hang on a minute, you've got screen agency funding, because that doesn't come for free. Like, you've got to put in effort for that, and you've got to have a certain level of professionalism and a commercial enough idea. V isn't going to back you if you're doing something that's just wildly uncommercial. So there's actually quite often, if somebody has already invested, it helps your chances of securing further investment. And I would say with something like a code grant, it's a grant. There's no recoup. It's super easy. If it was an investment where a party had already put in money and they wanted to recoup, it gets more complicated, but it's still, you're far less of a risk if somebody has invested in you because somebody's taken the initial step, right? Does that sort of answer your question, Andrew?
Yeah, no, that answers it. Brings up some really good points as well. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I need a coffee. I don't know about you. So I figure we can maybe take 20-minute break.
Just a quick one. We've got Kane. What if the investor owns companies that have no involvement in game dev?
The investor owns companies.
Is that like guardian angel investors or something? the angel investor.
Right. Yeah, no, I see what you mean.
Yeah, pretty much like Guardian investors who have just been like, all right, I like investing into companies, startups and whatnot. I'm happy that if this money does somehow manage to bleed out and there's no product, we've already got that legal, no returns, nothing, no hidden tricks. What do we do about that? What do say other investors, publishers, what do they look at as things like that?
I think potentially there's more caution there. It would depend on the terms of what the investment was. So, I mean, I have seen companies outside games invest in game companies, and sometimes it's gone well and sometimes it hasn't. I think the games it's a difficult market. It's a very, very different market to, like, if folks aren't in this industry, they tend not to understand it. And I'm not trying to slur anybody there, but in the same way that I don't understand, I don't know, the gambling market, right? For me to suddenly go into that industry, I would be a fish out of water. So I think it's more based on, my bigger caution would be, for example, Kane, if you're accepting investment from somebody outside the industry, how that is set up, more than what a publisher thought about it, right? I would be more concerned for you that you are protecting yourself and also getting into a business relationship with everybody knowing what the risks are, and knowing, like, setting expectations on both sides properly. So I had somebody come to me the other day, last week, and they, funnily enough, they were developing a ridiculously ambitious first game, as we've talked about. And I'd spoken to them before, and they were trying to raise money, and I was like, oh, there's all these risks, because they were doing an MMO, because obviously that's your first title. I mean, really. And the thing is, they'd done very well. What they'd actually produced was, it was impressive. I played it, and it's like, yeah, that's kind of cool, but it's like, an MMO is a big investment for everybody. It's a long-term investment. It's not we're going to release this title. It is a games as a service. It's an ongoing support, ongoing content. There's a whole load of sort of fun with that. He contacted me last week and said that he'd got investment, and it's not a dissimilar situation where it was somebody from outside of games had come in. The amount of money they were investing, which is in the millions of dollars, incredibly, they didn't care about. What a lovely situation to be in. But the problem is, from my point of view, I don't know that they've got a contract in place. I have fears for, like, whether this person can deliver the game they're talking about, and whether the person who's investing really knows what they're doing by investing. It's like, sure, they don't care about those millions now, but at some point they might do. And what level of control are they expecting to have? And the developer's saying, oh, no, it's fine. He just sends me money every month. And it's like, that just all scares the bejesus out of me, because it just all, is there money laundering? Is there organized crime here? Have you ever met this person? It's like, there's all of these things. It's like, oh my God. So scares the crap out of me, but that's the situation he's in. I do wonder if he then ever went to look for a publisher, how that would be viewed, because I don't believe that relationship is very well defined, like, legally. And so I think that's something that I would be concerned about there, Kane. I see Nathaniel's question about, should a pitch deck involve financial sales estimates? Yes, it should. And we will come to that. And you will be making your sales guesses. Yes, exciting. Okay, I need a coffee. What I'm going to do is I am going to share I'm going to share a great game pitch with you, right? It's going to blow you away. You're going to have to trust me on this one. So what I want to do, we're going to go for about 20 minutes. This is my game 15, right? It's great. So it's a fun competitive game for 2 players. So it could be PvP. You could do it like online. You could do it player versus computer. Guaranteed worldwide popularity. That's my absolute guarantee. Or I will pay you back the cost of you attending this today. And I know it was free. So there we go. I win either way, right? So here's what it is, right? There are a set of 9 cards, and they're numbered from 1 to 9. Players taking in turns to pick a numbered card of their choice. They're face up. There's no trick. They're face up. Easy. The first player, who has 3 cards that add up to 15, wins. Brilliant. Fantastic. Guaranteed worldwide popularity.
We're
So,
just quiet.
absolutely. Do you know what? You've already played it, but we're going to go for 20 minutes. I'm going to get coffee because caffeine is required. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about that game pitch. All right? Okay. All right. I will see you in 20 minutes.
How are we feeling so far?
Not overwhelmed.
Feeling good.
Sounds like John kind of knows what he's talking about. It's weird.
Yeah, I reckon. I
Mm.
think he's done this before.
It's funny when you get someone who who's a known industry expert in a particular area on a workshop, but they also sound quite a lot like they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's strange.
Although I don't tell them that.
Mm.
Also pretty keen on this 15 game.
That's great. Let's ship it.
Yeah, exactly. I want best.
Every time I do, I've done this session 3 times with John now. Every time I do, I learn something else that I haven't. Like again, I've pitched, all over the world, several different countries, expos freaking everywhere, and I always learn something. There's always something that comes up, and I go, oh shit, why wasn't I doing that?
Do you think that's because games are always changing, or just because you can't remember everything?
Because John knows more than me.
Oh, right.
I've been so the main thrust of what I've been doing for the past 5 years is really government. Although I do moonlight with actually just a new investment fund that is setting up a games division as well. So, but just John's just pitched more to more people than I have. It's just simple as that. It's just like there are some things that you do and it's just experience. You try something, it doesn't work, you try something else.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I like some of the things. Like I was pitching one time. I was pitching a puzzle platformer that my company was working on at the time. I was doing it directly to our Sony account manager at the time, and that game froze on me. So I've been in the nightmare scenarios as well. It's not.
Yeah.
That was not a good time.
Yeah.
But after that one, I pretty much just went down the bar. It was at GCAP, would have been 2016. Yeah, 2015. And I just went down the bar after that because I was done. I couldn't function, and there was no point going to anything else the rest of the day. I was just done.
Yeah, devastated.
Yeah. But well, that thing about the other thing to do is that what Jonathan was saying about the cultural consultation stuff. That stuff is so valuable.
Which stuff? The
cultural adaptation stuff. That's something that devs miss, and it is so valuable. That we've been literally in those scenarios where we've been setting up on a PR drive or something like that, and then or you pitch to Sony come back with a particular feedback because it won't work for a Japanese market. Of course, because it's Sony they will always go to that. Yeah, it's just such a big consideration because a game will do 10 times if you do a language and cultural adaptation. It will do 10 times what it will do in English in those markets, or at least it can do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, everybody, time to come back. No, Francis, we need to see you eating. I'm sorry, it's the rules. What are you having, and did you bring enough for everyone?
Absolutely.
Hello.
Howdy, howdy.
Are we waiting for some more people? Should we have a few minutes?
No, keep it moving.
All right. So look, I've upped my claims for the game. All right. I'm saying millions of players every day. It's fun for children and adults alike. Right. I'm that confident. Look, I mean, I can see on your faces some of you don't believe this, but I'm going to double down on this, and I'm going to say, look, by the end of the week, millions of players will have played this game. I'm going to go further. By the end of the day, millions of players will have played this game. I can't believe you're not into it. Is nobody into this game? Nobody sees this is the genius game that it is.
Not quite.
Not quite. All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to phrase it a little bit differently for you. There's my game. It is a fun game for two players. You've probably all played it. I'm not wrong. Millions of people will have played this by the end of the day. I win. Do you see? Do you see? The point of this, obviously, other than me being an arse, is that it's about clarity and it's about getting your idea across. You can have the best idea for the game, but if you can't get across and communicate what it is to people in a pitch, you're really going to struggle. So, I mean, this is such a, like, noughts and crosses is such a simple game. Noughts and crosses, tic-tac-toe or whatever. This is something I got taught when I was at university a million years ago in user interface design, basically of, you know, look, if you describe the game that way, it doesn't sound any fun at all. And then if you visualize it and you can abstract it slightly, so there are no numbers involved at all in noughts and crosses, but it's a magic square where it adds up to 15, no matter which way you go. And it's, for me, it's always just been the perfect simplification, the alternate representation of an idea. And in many ways, I feel that's the biggest challenge that you've got when you're pitching, is you're trying to explain your game so that somebody can understand it. Because shockingly, you weren't excited by a card game with the numbers 1 to 9. And you may not be excited by noughts and crosses, but at least you can understand how to play it, and you can see that it's fun. And the fact that actually you've all played it. Has anybody never played noughts and crosses? Yeah, the silence tells me everything. So really, I'll stop sharing that, and we'll go back to the mind map. It's about, you know, the biggest challenge here is making sure that you can communicate your ideas so that they're understandable. So now I kind of want to go into each of these slides. So if we look here, we've got a dozen slides. Your pitch deck might have more, it might have less, but let's sort of run with this. So let's work out what needs to go on each of these slides. So this is when you have to shout things at me again. So a title slide, it sounds fairly self-explanatory, but what should go on your title slide? Think about your own game. What would go on your title slide?
The name.
Caitlin's got it. Yeah, absolutely. So you've got your game title, and you know what? I'm going to say logo as well. If you've got like a nice logo, pop it there. Great.
Date.
Say again, Andrew.
Date or version. I think maybe prying from last time.
Absolutely. Yep. So the date, absolutely. It's important to sort of have a date on it, because we've talked about this already, that like you're going to end up updating your pitch deck. You're not just going to do this pitch deck once, sadly, but you're going to end up refining it as you go along. It may be, you know, that you end up doing a second round of pitching. So Francis, you were saying you're looking at doing a second round of pitching, right? So you're absolutely going to want to update your pitch deck, and so it needs a different date. Potentially, I'm quite a big fan of version numbers as well, just so that you can manage it, and so that when you're talking to a publisher that you're actually talking about the same version of the deck. What else? Go on the front page on your title page of your deck. Sorry, I missed that. Somebody's microphone cut out.
A picture?
Picture, yeah, sure. Artwork, screenshot, whatever. Same with the logo, really. Yep.
Would the title slide be the right place to put in like the one sentence? Or would we leave that blank?
No, I would save that, Daniel. I'd save that for another slide. Yeah. If you've got maybe if you kind of have a byline for the game, I sort of can't think of one at the moment, but it's if you were pitching, I'm going to show my age here, and a lot of you are probably going to roll your eyes or not know anything. But if you were pitching like the Transformers, you might have Transformers and then robots in disguise, right? That would be fine, but you wouldn't have any more detail than that. It might be like game name, like futuristic platform racing or something. If
like
that
the
was
slogan, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You might do that, but I wouldn't do any more than that personally on a title slide. I'd keep it clean. What else might go?
I always put my name on a front slide, so they don't know who they got in front of them, and it just reinforces because we might have just met.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to say your company, studio, name, stroke logo. It's a good thing to put there. Kane, I see that you typed it created by. Yeah, absolutely. Same sort of thing, really. I'm going to go further, and I'm going to say, look, if you had funding from Code, I would put it on the front. We talked like 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago about if you've had funding from somebody else, if you've had investment from somebody else, it provides you with a level of credibility. And so I would absolutely go with that and say, hey, Code New Zealand or other. So if you got, whatever other funding that you might have, if it's something recognized, whatever New Zealand funding you've got, I would put that on the front. Something that I would. Sorry,
would you do that with awards as well? If you had some early development award,
you might put that on the title slide. You might put it elsewhere. Certainly, if you've got some awards, I would want to mention them. I think you'd sort of have to work out where feels the best in the deck. But yes, absolutely, Simon. The other thing I'd say maybe on the title slide is you might want to put your platform logos. So maybe, so that when somebody's looking at it, they can go, all right, this is for Steam, this is for Switch, this is for Xbox. Just that you're giving a bit of a shortcut on the title slide of, hey, this is what this is all going to cover. Everything's fine, whatever. And anything, got any other thoughts on what you might put on the front? No? All right. We will move on, and we'll move on. The next one I have here is the game description. And Daniel, I think you were talking about, would you put the sort of the summary, the elevator pitch? This is where I would have your sort of elevator pitch summary, basically. Yeah. What else would be good to put on this slide?
another picture.
Yeah, look, I'm going to say imagery everywhere. I'm not actually going to, put it. I'm not going to put everywhere like imagery, because I think you want your slide to be pretty. You want it to, especially if you've got like strong imagery, like strong art direction or branding or whatever. It's great to have it everywhere. It will make it feel sort of consistent. Daniel, yeah, the one sentence death pitch. Yeah, look, that's fair. It's tough. Yeah. Anything else that you sort of think of this as the game description at the high level? It's a little bit more than just the elevator pitch. What
key features, key mechanic, and
yeah. Look, high level features. If you haven't put it on the front page, I would talk about platforms.
Genre, if it's relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I would say also, it might potentially number of players. If you're coming in with something that's networked, it's like, well, okay, is it 2-player or is it 100-player? That might be relevant. The other thing, how many folks here are working on mobile titles versus like PC console?
Neutral Islands team, this is where you stick your hands up.
Yeah. So I would put in early on, like on this kind of slide, what the kind of business model is. Like, are you a premium title? Are you free to play? Are you ad supported? So, most of the time I work with developers doing PC and console, but I've done work in mobile. I used to run a massively multiplayer online real-time strategy game on mobile. And obviously it was free to play. I've also worked with people who've done ad supported, but they're still looking for investment. They are different business models, and it's going to affect what you can ask for and the level of risk. Obviously taking something to free to play and looking for money is it's difficult, but it's not impossible. And again, whether it's free to play and it's networked on like massive, or whether it's individual, something like your sort of Candy Crush has an effect there as well. Anything else that any of you want to put for your games on this slide?
Is it a good point to put in the main, what differentiates your game from others at this stage, or is it too early?
I think that's a bit early, Nathaniel, but it's absolutely something you want to cover in the deck. But I wouldn't put it quite this early. Andrew's got his hand up again.
Yeah, so just talking about like premium, never mind. Yeah, you answered it already.
Yeah.
Premium
So,
price, right? Yeah.
And when I talk about premium, so I'm talking about like mostly like if you're doing a game on Steam, I'd refer to that as premium because it's a one-off payment. So somebody's buying your game for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks, whatever it is. Whether you've got DLC or in-game consumables beyond that is a different issue. But it's really, is it something that you're kind of selling at retail in some form, or is it something that's free? And so the latter two, free to play and ad supported, tend to be free to an extent.
Yeah.
In that you aren't charged to acquire the game, and then obviously they've both got business models around how they make money, and you do spend, but
just another one related to that, I guess. If you were doing like DLC or like content patches, would you put that here, or would that be in a different slide?
If it's a major part of it, if you're saying, hey, look, we're launching this game and we've got plans to do, look, we're going to do episodic content, if that's a major feature of the game, then maybe you would cover it here. Certainly when we start talking about the mechanics of the game and the financials and the schedule, you'd want to talk about it, because then what you will be talking about is launching a game, and realistically you're launching, even if it's not online, I would refer to it as a live game, in that you are planning to support it. There is more to come. Whether that's just in ongoing updates that are free, bug fixes, or whether you're sort of doing the sort of season pass kind of thing where there's new maps or new vehicles or new weapons or new whatever it is that's sort of going into your game. I would refer to it as a live game. It's not a kind of fire and forget. And it's an interesting thing because I think we've all been conditioned now that you buy a game and you're like, well, that's just a start, isn't it? And it's, we can wear different hats. Like when we're a consumer and it's like $20 for that, are you kidding? But when we're a developer, it's like, do you know how much this costs? Do you know how much like blood I sweated to make this thing? $20, you're getting a bargain, and the whole thing of, why is that update not free? Whereas when you're making it, you're like, oh my God, if we gave this away free, we'd be mad. So you kind of see both sides of the same coin. Simon, thoughts on premium? I'm going to so I've worked on that, and I do work with some developers who have done a premium title, and there is ongoing support. with content updates, and they are not paid content updates. So how you need to base that and how a publisher would get involved in that is to do with sales projections and seeing what kind of revenue that title is potentially going to make. So there's a title that I've worked with where it's an early access title, but it's publisher backed, and obviously the developer has put in a bunch of money. The publisher is putting in money to sort of help it through early access. So there's a release a month or whatever, and it's new content and players are not getting charged anymore for it. Right. And that's, again, this comes to the thing of like, if you get involved, if you buy an early access title, you have certain expectations of, okay, it's not a finished game, I'm getting more. But obviously that money has to come from somewhere. And part of that comes from people continuing to buy into the game in early access. So for a publisher to get involved in that and want to fund that, they have to have quite a lot of confidence that the game can sell and that you can continue to deliver meaningful updates that will retain your current players and also bring in new players. So you need to come out with a roadmap of, hey, this is what we've got planned over this period of time. How much of that you can get across in a pitch deck is debatable, because you're probably talking about a fairly chunky sum of money to do that. But it's also, it can happen. I see it happen. My work with developers and publishers, I see some nice amounts of money changing hands and some confidence in titles. So it's more, I think you want to be very, very diligent with what you are proposing and be able to back up your assumptions of sales, engagement and stuff with that, Simon. Hopefully that answers your question. I'm going to say it does, but Mickey, you look like you're coming in there.
Yeah, just wanted to say, would this be like a good time to mention audience or who you think your typical player would be?
It's always a good time to mention that, but we will get to that in a little bit. Yes. And this is the bit where hopefully you actually all know who your audience is already. Otherwise, we're going to have some harsh words. Yeah. Edward.
In the elevator pitch, how, in particular, because I'm thinking of pitching outside standard games companies, I'm wondering how much jargon to avoid, because things like, say, a blended game and things like that. I know what that means, but a lot of people wouldn't. This might be it.
Yeah. So you need to pitch to your audience, really, and if your audience is like I say, it's outside traditional game, then they're probably not going to understand that. So absolutely phrase it in words they would understand, if you like. It's like, I think the worst thing is trying to blind them with, so we're going for a F2P strategy. Our UA strategy is this, and we're looking at retention, D17 of this. What? D1R of this. It's like, hey, what? Completely, mind-blowing to them. So talk to them in the language that they're going to understand, and then know, obviously, that you're going to potentially have to even explain further to do that. Cool. All right. So the next one that we're going to go through is the hook. So we we try and avoid the whole unique thing. But what's your USP? So not trying to pick on people, but Francis, you talked about your game and it seems to be, I know it surprised me. It was a little bit different. What would you say your USP was? Right in your pitch deck again, because you've been out to pitch already. You're going back. That's why you're here.
Yeah, I've had the pitch deck open on my other monitor while we're going through the talk.
Okay, live editing. I love it. Yeah.
Okay, so the unique selling points for our game, or I guess the key mechanics is one, our cooking system.
Yeah.
2, our combat system, and
Yep.
then 3 is classified as our like world and characters.
Yep. Okay. Great. So when you talk about your cooking system, is that kind of akin to crafting, really?
Yes, sort of.
Yeah. So look, that's great. If those are the strong parts of your game, then I would talk about them on this slide. So, I'm going to say it could be a game mechanic. It could be, and you're talking. Sorry, the last thing you're talking about your world.
Yeah, so like the world, the characters, the story.
Okay. Yeah. Great. That's fantastic. One of the things that I would say as well is that it could be an art style.
Hey, John, is this the part of the workshop where we normally have an argument over whether we like, my game is this cross with that?
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that, V. I'm holding that back. I'm preparing. I'm gearing up. Don't worry. Don't worry. Every single time. Yeah, so it could be an art style. So if you look at, for example, obviously we're going back years now, but when we first had computers and consoles that were powerful enough to do cartoon cell shading, that was a real point of differentiation, right? With an art style, I've seen things, if you look at something like, again, going back, something like a Kami where it looks a bit painted, that's a real sort of standout hook for it. Minecraft being blocky, right? Everybody's done it now, but it's like when that first came out, it was like, oh, okay, cool. And it was a real, it was a point of differentiation. It stood out because of it. And I think normally what I'm looking for with these, the hook is what is making your game stand out? Why should somebody give it a second glance?
Simon had their hand up.
Yes, Simon.
So just, I'm not sure if it's, I kind of put my hand down afterwards, but I'll put it out anyway. I guess I'll say this, but I'll say this specific case, but it's kind of more uniform. Things like cuteness factor or things like that, which are kind of art style, but then I guess expand out to like multiple different aspects in terms of design. It can be mechanic and it can be art and several things.
Yeah. Or maybe call that aesthetic.
That was the word I was trying to think of, but then
yeah.
Think of spot.
No, and you're absolutely right. Having that kind of thing. There's obviously a big movement at the moment for like cozy games. Like with the wholesome directs that come out, and you've got things like unpacking in it and all sorts that are like games that are kind of giving you a hug, if you like. And I think that's fine. It's. I don't know if it's quite a genre yet, but it's certainly, there's a lot of mood about it. And I do think the sort of the pandemic has, like, everybody's been looking for a little bit more comfort. And so having these games that are actually quite comforting is kind of a nice thing. Now, the last bit, and this is possibly where V and I are going to argue. We'll see. It's being recorded, so it's fine.
Limber up.
Yeah. Come on. What if it's a genre mashup? So I'm going to say one of my favorite games is actually a Lego game, and it's Lego City Undercover, which is essentially GTA for kids. So it's Lego and GTA, but it reaches a completely different audience. That is a hook. Like if you sort of think of going back to the originals of, like when Lego games became good, was realistically with Lego Star Wars like 17 years ago or something. And obviously they're very, very mainstream now, but at the time it was an absolute novelty. And I do think the whole genre mashup. Now, you do have to be careful with that. Again, saying that you're going to be, we're going to be GTA, but, mixed up with Minecraft or I don't know, whatever, two just enormous games is a very dangerous route to go down. But I think there's a lot of benefits in highlighting games that you're taking influences from. So it could be, is there a market for, a Street Fighter Cooking Mama game? I don't know, but I'm up for it. But it stands out, right? So that may not be any of your games, unless, if you want to talk to me about the Street Fighter Cooking Mama game, I'm all ears, by the way. But you could be mixing things up. And I think that's something to play into. You know, whether that's with like mini game sections in a game. You know, you see a lot that has kind of done, you know, you kind of Guitar Hero rhythm action thing as part of a game, and that's worth doing it. But the point is, with something like that, it's like, why are you doing it? That's what you want to get across. Lego Racers, Simon. Yes, I remember Lego Racers. Yeah, indeed. Anybody got anything else for their game that is a hook that they would say, hey, look, this is going on my slide for sure?
Secret for now, mate.
Secret, yeah, right.
Simon's raised his hand.
Simon again, yeah.
Could you do?
You jumping, Kaylin? Simon will go to me in just a moment.
Oh, sorry, Simon. Could you do something like accessibility, if it's like something you're really focusing on, it being like accessible to a slightly different group of people?
Yes, 1,000 times yes. So accessibility is something that is, it's really come to the fore, and it's also something that you have to plan for. You can't sort of retrofit into your game. I do think that's a great thing to stress, because again, this is something where there's more and more focus on it. So I don't know who watches the Game Maker's Toolkit YouTube channel. It's really worth watching. Every year he does a roundup of accessibility, and it's sort of getting better year on year. One of the publishers that I work with, I do a bunch of work with Team 17 in the UK, and they have an accessibility lab and a usability lab. So I've worked with developers with them where we've done sessions, you know, on that. There's a lot of work in the space. If you look at what Microsoft have done with their Xbox Adaptive Controller to give people alternate controls. There are some simple things that are in game that a lot of folks will do, stuff like color blindness, dyslexic fonts, you know, changing the size of UI, making things easier with timing and what have you. You know, and then you've got stuff that's the absolute gold standard, like The Last of Us 2, that is so accessible. Like, there are YouTubes of blind players completing it, and it's like, oh my God, that's another world. So Caitlin, yeah, absolutely. In terms of accessibility, if that's a hook for your game, yeah.
Could you also say that the inverse is true, that a non-accessible game like Dark Souls has that as a selling point?
You kind of got, yeah, I mean, I think you could, in terms of, you know, you'd be talking about something that's very hardcore. And it's, you know, I mean, I guess there's a bit of I mean, it's almost a genre now, isn't it? The Souls-like that people talk about. And so they know what they're getting into, and they know it's going to be punishing. It is a hook. I don't know if I'd recommend it, but I'm not your dad. I can't stop you. Yeah. Edward, I'm just looking at your comment there. I made a hook for yours as being a whole class digital game rather than individual experience. Edward, what more can you say about that to help me understand that?
It's most educational games are single player, so they're very difficult to integrate into.
I see what you mean when you say
Still
whole
actually
class.
works.
Right, yes, okay.
It's a multiplayer game which the whole class plays at once.
Right, yes, that's absolutely. See, I was thinking class, and I was thinking RPG or something, right? And I was thinking, I don't care if you're a wizard.
Inspired by a lot of that, yes.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I think actually you're 100% right there. That's something. I mean, it's to an extent it possibly crosses across into accessibility, and the fact that you've got, you know, an entire classroom of kids that could be participating collaboratively, but at the same time, yeah, for you, that's absolutely on your hook slide, without a doubt. And maybe to the audience that you're pitching at, they won't see whole class in the way that I did. So, you know, yeah. Simon, your hands up again.
I'm keen to make sure people don't misunderstand though, because it doesn't exist that much. So.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, I guess presuming you can back it up, scale and variety.
Yeah, actually, scale, scope, variety. So I think, yes, they are things that you might want to do. They could work against you as well. is what I'm saying. If you're talking about, when you say scale, do you mean scale as in you're in an enormous world, or do you mean you're a tiny person in like our world scale?
The former, but again, I'm talking in a circumstance where it's maybe you have a bigger team, because I've seen it be sort of used as marketing material quite often.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, yes, that's potentially, if you were going to go, oh, look, the map's actually the size of Venus, that's, because to an extent, a lot of these hooks, you're feeding into the marketing department. It's like, because again, we come back to sales, you're making it as easy as possible for a publisher to sell this game. If you're going, oh, look, it's this, it's got this, it's got, a map the size of Venus, if that's a good thing. I don't know. You're giving them marketing points for the back of the box if we still put things in boxes, So yeah, look, it is. I think that you need to be careful, though, that you're not painting yourself into a corner with what you're promising. You need to be able to deliver that. And you also need to be sure that when you're talking about it, you're not actually just creating a risk where you're like, oh, we're going to build this enormous game. It's our first game, by the way. It's like massive red flags going on. Claudia.
Hi, should you see what your investor or the person you're pitching to and try and do a hook for them?
Yes, absolutely. So I think part of this comes down to working out who you're pitching to and creating a different deck for the different pitches. So if you're, let's say if you were pitching for Apple Arcade, there would be things that you would stress because it's for Apple, right? And because it's exclusive for Apple. If you were pitching the same thing for like both platforms, like for a publisher, you would pitch it in a different way. So 100%, you need to do some diligence on who you are pitching to, the company that you're pitching to, and tailor the deck. And that's kind of almost down to every slide of what you're doing. So if you were pitching a game to, let's say, Sony, at the moment with the PlayStation 5, you would want to be detailing, well, how are you using the DualSense 2 controller? How are you using the adaptive triggers? How are you using the haptic feedback? That kind of thing. Back in the day, if you remember the Wii console, you would be talking to Nintendo about how you were going to use that Wii remote and gesture control and what have you. But that was less important if you're talking to Sony, because the DualShock 3 didn't have any of that. So absolutely, you tailor all of this to who you're trying to sell to, 100%.
Mickey's got his hand up.
Just thinking about if your game has like a distinctive cultural background, I guess we
yes.
think of that as well. So ours is like Te Ao Māori is a very important pillar of our game design. So
yes. Absolutely. Now, I don't want to be culturally insensitive here, but would that come under aesthetic?
Potentially. It sort of informs the aesthetic and the narrative and I guess the language that it's presented in. But,
So I mean, I'm absolutely understand. I think you're absolutely right. That's a very unique thing to do. And it might be that you sort of say, well, it's, that's the world character story as well, to an extent, because you're talking about having a narrative that is steeped in this culture and this history, and that would absolutely be a very unique point. There was a game on, I think it was PlayStation 3 some years ago, Never Alone, which was a Canadian game, and it was about the indigenous population there. Absolutely fantastic game. I saw it. Of all places, I saw it in a museum, in a gallery in Seattle. And I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Instantly bought it. And it featured, obviously, it had a lot of references to their culture. And there was a lot of videos as well from elders in that culture explaining why bits of the story were what they are. And I thought it was absolutely fabulous. And I think I'm a little bit sad that we've not seen any more of it, that kind of thing. I think there's maybe been hints at it in other games, but I don't think I've seen a game that has been so much about a certain culture,
Yeah,
a non sort of Western white man culture, whether it's like America or the UK or whatever,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great. Andrew.
Just expanding on that with like the different cultures, wouldn't you could do like a language and maybe through parts of the game you're teaching certain words? I think they do that a lot here in New Zealand, don't they? They're teaching like little Maori words, like I've picked up whānau and kia ora.
Yeah, look, if that's a key part of your game, then absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think part of that, and obviously with the cultural stuff, I could never pitch a game from another culture, right? I have to be respectful of that. I couldn't, what you're talking about, Mickey, I could not do, right? And in the same way, I think it would be very, very disingenuous of me to create and pitch a game based around, say, gay culture, because it's like I would be a tourist in that, culture, and it's not right. It's not respectful, So I think you kind of have to be careful with it, but I'm sure you're on top of that, given the situation, Mickey. But just as a caution of like, I couldn't go off and do a game about the Navajo, as a very, very white man living in Australia. It would be a bit off. Simon.
So it's just buzzwords, good or bad in this circumstance here. It's just the question I had.
Sorry, say again.
Buzzwords, would that be good or bad to use buzzwords in circumstances?
Well, I'd be careful with them. I think it depends on what they are. It's without seeing the context, that one's a little bit tricky to give you a kind of like yes or no on.
There's a lot of pitching going around, and people are just trying. Well, it's not sort of traditional game makers, but I'm seeing non-traditional game makers trying to shoehorn NFTs into their pitches just because it's a good investor buzzword at the moment. You'd want to know who you're pitching to, because for some investors it will be a complete turnoff, for others it'll be okay. It'll take you further. So it's just about it. I mean, like before you're setting up those meetings, check out the LinkedIn profile of the person that you're speaking to.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly I kind of avoided mentioning NFT and cryptos, but here we are. It's obviously that's a very, very hot topic at the moment, and there is a great deal of money available based on people involved in that. But I think that's also it's a dangerous game to play if it's changing what your game is about. Probably the less I say about that, the better.
Something else worth noting is that now the GDCs of this world and everything's starting up, accessibility in terms of hot button issue. Still, like every show you go to has an exhibition on accessible games. Every show or every conference has lectures around accessibility in games at the moment.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which is our gameplay mechanics, gameplay description. So what do we want to put on this slide for our games?
Your key mechanic.
Yeah, bullet pointed mechanics or something.
Yeah. So I think I would start with here reiterating what do you do high level? So, is it a game about winning races? Claudia, I see your comment about demo of the gameplay. This might be where in the meeting you do a demo, and we'll talk about when you actually give these presentations and when you pitch. but yes. So what do you do high level? So part of this is actually going to come back. You're going to have to think about your elevator pitch again. So, you know, and again, I'm not trying to, you know, favor anybody, but, you know, when we talk about, you know, Francis's game, I think Francis, you can probably describe that fairly succinctly, right? What do you do high level in your game?
You mean like the gameplay loop?
Yep.
So the levels are quite linear, so you'll move between areas that are designated as, I don't know what the usual term is, but I designate them as corridors and arenas, where there's non-combat sections and combat sections as you're progressing through a story.
Yeah. So I'm just typing up a bunch of things here that I think are worth us talking about.
I would also say in this section to use a lot of GIFs. They're so much better than images.
Yeah. So what do you do high level? So rescuing the princess, whatever it is, right? But the moment to moment, so this is when we talk about the game loops as well. So moment to moment, it's like, well, you're running along, you're jumping, you're collecting things, you're defeating enemies, you're upgrading your armor, you're, you know, tuning your car, whatever it is, you know. So you kind of want to get across the whole, what's the high level, what's the moment to moment, and then what are the game loops that you're having people go through. And hopefully you actually know all of those. Sometimes people have made games and they don't realize they've made game loops, but they're actually really important, you know. And a game loop, it might be as simple as you've got to collect all the keys before you can leave the area, you know. It's going to be something different for each of you. I mean, I've got the whole collect, harvest, build, research as examples there. Your game may have something entirely different, you know, and then it's where I'd mention any unique controls. So, you know, motion, I think, you know, maybe on mobile as well, this is something to, you know, potentially talk about. If you are doing anything with you know, VR obviously is a different thing. You'd want to talk about how that's happening, what you're doing, what the player sees, what gestures, whatever. And then if there's any touch control, you know, and that could be on, you know, something like a PlayStation or a Switch as well, where you've got the option of touch. And then perhaps this is where you talk about the environment, the number of levels, the number of bosses, where we sort of come back to that scope thing again. But you're trying to give an overall, like, hey, this is the game. You go from level to level, you know, charming people, rescuing princesses, upgrading your race car, which would be quite an odd mix, but whatever it is. So has anybody got anything from their game that they think, hey, look, that fits into here, or does that fit into here? No, nobody's got a game. Brilliant. Great. Fine.
My game is like, I guess, the hook, but also the moment to moment is that combines like flight simulator mechanics with a narrative game. So the moment to moment is about like handling the flight of a bird, I guess.
Cool. Yeah. Cool. And it might be, so when I talk about the environment, the number of levels, number of bosses, I'm also going to put in, and I think, you know, you touched on it a little bit, Francis, is progression. So it might be you've got a game where, oh, look, and you finish this level, you go off another level, you get a new ability, and then you can come back to this first level and access places you didn't get to. You can do other things, whatever, you know, adding depth, talking about how, you know, touching on any kind of replayability you've got. Now, don't get me wrong, I love a good linear game. I also don't want everything to be open world, much as I enjoy those too. But, you know, I do enjoy games personally where, you know, you can come back. It's like, oh, well, I've got, you know, the sword of Damocles now. I can come back and do that. I can get to that section. You know, I think, you know, coming back to something like a Lego game or a, you know, a Ratchet and Clank even, they're very much about, they will show you areas that you want to be and that you can't go until later when you've got the super boots or this character's got this ability. And they rely a lot on replay to get you kind of 100%. Simon, would this be on one slide or many? I think this is one that could split onto many slides. It's really going to depend on your game. I think, some of these are single slides for sure. I think the gameplay mechanics, gameplay description, if you've got multiple loops that need explaining, if you've got like, well, look, we've got crafting, but then we've also got this combat system that you can upgrade, and we've got research, that's not going to fit on one slide. And that's absolutely fine. You need to explain it clearly enough so that you don't have a 15 pitch like earlier. So it needs to be, clear enough that people can understand it. But at the same time, we are going to talk about trying to limit the amount of slides that you've got, because people's attention span is tough. And V doesn't want to read through massive pitch decks. It comes down to something that then you can deliver, because you're not just emailing this through. And remember, next week, not next week, the week after, you're coming back to pitch at me. So if you come back with 30 slides, it's not going to go well. I think V might cut you off. There's been talk of having a buzzer or something.
It's actually a missile.
Okay,
we've invested in drones this time.
Okay, cool.
20 minutes and then that's it.
Yeah, the asteroid would be good.
Yeah, great. And I think that's fair. So yeah, look, it could be a bunch of slides here. It's going to depend on the complexity of your game. If it all fits on one slide, that's fantastic, but it's not a problem. Ideally, you don't have like 10 slides describing the gameplay. I think, again, if you consider this pitch deck is your foot in the door, you want it to interest somebody, to pique their interest enough that they have questions. That then they can go, oh, well, that would be nice, but does it have a crafting system? And you can go, funnily enough, it does. Let me talk to you about this hugely complex crafting system that we've built in depth, or whatever, right? The goal of your pitch deck is to get questions in many ways, because then you're engaging with somebody. If you answer all of their questions with this, it's kind of, I'm almost going to say, think about leaving something off, because it's like, I have no questions. Okay, cool. It's like the job interview thing when you get to the end and it's like, oh, I should ask a question. Pretty much the same kind of thing, right? Because you want to show interest, and you want a publisher to show interest in what you're doing, but you also, if you can get them to engage with you, it stops being a one-way process, and you need it to be a two-way process.
Would it be all right to do something like, I guess it'd be considered tricky, as say your team doesn't have audio, but the client or the person you're talking to at that time has all those contexts that you know about?
Mm-hmm.
Would this be a point where you mention, oh, we're looking to get our audio in the game, but we're looking for help if you know anyone? And then
I wouldn't put it on this slide. I would talk more, when we're talking about sort of studio details and staff. And I wouldn't ask in a pitch deck, hey, can you help us with this? But you'd be like, oh, and we're, looking to find looking to partner with audio contractors or whatever. And it might be something that you have conversationally rather than written down in the pitch, because they might say, oh, look, so Nathaniel, is somebody on board for audio? And you go, no, look, we're looking for people, but it's like, if you know somebody that will be a good fit, we'd love to talk to them.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
And it has you in a situation where you're like, that would be great, rather than like, oh my God, please help us. We don't have this thing and it's a massive risk, right? Just looking at the comments there. So Kane, how do you explain enough but not too much to keep a surprise, but not make it, yeah. So I'm kind of thinking, Kane, like, have you got, like, is there a twist? Are you M. Night Shyamalan of games? Is that what's happening here? We can hardly hear you, mate.
Sorry, yeah, pretty much like M. Night Shyamalan, but my brain just goes hundies when it comes to like the whole logic of things at times, like how systems are working and how they're connected. So it's a bit, yeah, like then at the same time, how do you say you're going to have this crafting system where you're going to have this like interactive PC system where you're getting your keys and your passcodes and whatnot off that, but then also you've got say turbines or whatever, you need a kickstart to generate just so you could get things off that. And so you want someone like, as you said, asking questions, but at the same time, not making it sound boring when you're not leaving out some surprises.
Yeah. Yeah, look, that's tricky. I mean, I think certainly if there's a reveal, ideally, like if there's some kind of reveal, it would be in the demo so that then you don't have to talk about it, right? And you can, like, if it is something that is a bit of a reveal, you know, then hint at it by all means. In terms of trying to, you know, you don't want, you know, to make things boring. Absolutely, you need to find a way to make it, you know, I mean, crafting systems, I think we all know what they are and how do you make it exciting. I mean, maybe that's, you know, you do that with food, I don't know. But, you know, you can only explain what your systems are as best you can. I mean, I think, you know, you can make it look more interesting with nice imagery. And then you can, you know, talk about, well, what's different about your crafting. You know, I don't, without knowing your game intimately, it's a little tricky to give you a specific pointer on this. Yeah, I mean, what I would say is, like, I don't think we need to go into masses of detail about any one system in a pitch. You know, you kind of want to give them, you know, you can talk about, if it's a complex system, you can say, oh, look, it's a deep crafting system with, you know, whatever your kind of stats are. It's like, oh, look, you know, there's 4,000 components and 5 elements, or, you know, whatever. You can get across the idea that it's, you know, a very robust, very deep system without having to explain the minutiae. I would steer away from going into so much detail. And it's the kind of thing that hopefully that's going to get a, you know, like some interest of, like, so Kane, you know, you said this is a really in-depth crafting system. What do you mean by that? And then you can go, well, I'm so glad you asked. And, you know, you can go, it's got this, because then it's something that they have shown interest in. So you're not going to be boring them with something that they don't need to know at that point. And it may be that they come back later to ask for more detail and all that kind of stuff. Because again, you know, coming back to, you know, like an hour or two ago, when it's like, we're not selling the game design document. We're not selling the technical design document, where, you know, we're selling the what if at the high level of what the game is. Simon, how long is too long when it comes to a demo? Good question. Look, I think ideally, I'd like a demo that somebody can get something out of. They don't necessarily have to finish a demo. Normally I like a demo that can take place in the pitch meeting. If we go back to the fantasy where, you know, we're all at GDC or Gamescom or something, and we're actually in a meeting room rather than doing it over Zoom, and so we can have some eye contact and some rapport with the people we're pitching to. Broadly, you get about half an hour to do your pitch and show them any demo and for them to play it. So they need to get something out of it pretty quickly. Sadly, it's not the environment where it's like, no, the first 45 minutes, look, you'll get the payoff, trust me. That's not what you want to do. I appreciate, like, if you were doing a game that's very moody and what have you, and actually that's part of the game, then that's kind of just what it is. But you're probably not going to demo that in a presentation to them. That's something that they would go off and do. I think attention span of people looking at demos is a real thing. So, you know, we talk quite a bit about, you know, with games, with like hooking people in the first couple of minutes, you know, giving them some positive, you know, reinforcement, making them feel like they've achieved something. Demos should kind of do that, you know. If it's difficult for a new player who's never played it to get anywhere, you need to look at your demo. And I think one of the things that I would recommend, that if you can do at all, is to have people who are not involved in your game and people who don't know your game, and ideally not developers, like some real people with, you know, potentially proper jobs, play your game, and just watch them. Don't help them, and you will see where they struggle, and you'll see how long it takes them to get somewhere. I think that's something that's really useful for any developer anyway, because we're terrible judges of like, is our game playable or not, or is our game fun or not? So it kind of goes a couple of ways. You're either like, oh my God, this is the funnest game in the world ever. It's like, yeah, but you've got to do Control ZF4 to get past. Oh no, but that's fine, right? That's all right. It's not. Or you're there going, oh my God, my my game is so easy. It's like, no, there's not enough here. And that's because you've been working on it for a year and a half and you've completely lost any context. So one of the things that I've done with teams before, when I've been running teams and we'll get to alpha or something and people are like, oh God, the game looks crap, it feels crap, there's not enough of it. Oh my God, we couldn't possibly release this. Oh, and they're all negative. I'll dig up the first milestone build and I'll make them play it. Literally force them to play it, because every day you are making incremental improvements to your game. And if you go back to your first milestone, you will see massive difference, and it will really put it into contrast of like, oh yeah, okay. Because part of like, you get sick of seeing the same thing every day, but that doesn't mean it's rubbish because you're not the audience. So I work with some developers at the moment who actually have their build out every single week with members of the public to test. And so they're trusted, they're under NDA, whatever. They get a build. They video themselves playing the build. So you see the screen and you see them as if they're streamers. Quite often they are streamers. And basically the development team gets to see a video the next week of how they played our build. What did they struggle with? And it's the most galling thing in the world, but it's also amazing because it's kind of true. It's like they're real, like they are gamers. They are people who like games, people who like that kind of game. But it's like, they have they're completely uninfluenced. Yeah. So I think, a demo needs to grab people and give them enough to do early. You can have a demo that you could play for days. That's fantastic.
Daniel's asking in the chats if they're looking at demos, isn't going to fritter away their patience, having been asked end of the day pitching them a couple of times. That can usually anticipate being last.
Yes, it is. Fatigue is a real thing with pitching. Yeah. For people that are receiving the pitches and also for you doing it. And that's why you kind of have to be snappy. And it's why your demo needs to grab somebody fairly quickly, because they've spent all day potentially talking to people like you and seeing demos. And you want to be memorable in a good way.
For written pitches, I almost prefer a video, if I'm honest, because that way I don't have to learn a new control scheme. I mean, if you're doing written pitches and you're assessing, you might be doing 8 or 10 in a day. Learning 8 or 10 control schemes and stumbling around isn't a hell of a lot of fun. Whereas, it's just the game video, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I think there are some interesting things with video. Video can be useful, but video can also be not useful. I think trying to share video, if I'm pitching to a publisher, maybe I'll show a video, but I always want to give them a demo. If I'm there in person, I want to be able to give them, hey, look, here's the PC, here's the controller, have a go. Because then they're engaging with you, which I just feel is so important. As opposed, and they're actively engaging. Like anybody can watch a video. We all watch YouTube videos whilst we're doing something else, or watch telly whilst we're doing something else, and you're not really engaging. You're passively consuming it. Whereas what you want is for somebody to actively engage with your demo. And then, you want to an extended demo, Simon, useful for project. Yes, I mean, having an extended demo, having another build, always useful. Yes, 100%, 100%. Having users constantly test seems like user acceptance testing 101. Daniel, it does, and yet you'd be surprised how many people are shocked and stunned when I suggest this. I think, Daniel, do you come from a more, I don't want to say proper software engineering, but a non-games background?
There's no such thing as proper software engineer. I've worked in the fintech sector before, which is one of the reasons why I don't want to work in the fintech sector.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, look, I mean, for my sins, I have a computer science software engineering degree, and I think, look, user acceptance testing, absolutely, you should be doing it. A lot of people don't have the time or the resources to do it, and a lot of people, when they're developing like solo, just don't know how to go about it. But it's absolutely beneficial.
Just force it on family and friends.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's elements of that. I think that's useful. I much prefer strangers to look at the game and people outside the industry. So the family and friends being outside the industry is a real positive. Because
well,
I think
family and friends are going to be inclined to flatter you anyway. So
yes, there's an element of that. They're going to go one way or another. They're going to go, "Gosh, aren't you clever?" Or they're going to go, "Is that it?" My wife tends to go on the latter, so I've stopped showing her stuff that I work on because it's just constant disappointment there. But like real users, like strangers, enthusiasts for games, can be such a good resource. And honestly, most people are excited to be able to play a game that hasn't been released. You know. Yeah. All right. Have we covered enough on the game mechanics, gameplay description slide? Anybody got anything else to add? Andrew's got his hand up.
Yeah, I think you said the demo stuff pretty well earlier. You said that like the demo should explain something or have like some kind of concept that you're trying to get across, and I think you can do that in the full demo as well, can't you? Like if you're trying to convey a mood or a certain mechanic, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, having multiple demos isn't necessary. It would be nice. You know, the main thing is that you've got one that is good enough to give to a publisher, to show a publisher to have them play.
Yeah, but then the length of your demo should just be as long as it takes to convey whatever you need to, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It needs to be enough that, you know, ideally they want more, but also ideally they've got a good idea of what the game's about, what the controls are about. You know, ideally, you know, like it's not going to be, unless, you know, you really have finished the game, it's not going to be the finished product, but enough to give them an idea of like, okay, we see the potential of where this could go, you know, whether it's in, you know, art or the design, but for them to get a feeling that it's fun, that it kind of fits their demographic, whatever it is that they're looking for. And again, it comes back to having some confidence that this person who's come to pitch them is like, oh, okay, we didn't think, we sort of looked at that guy and thought, nah, he can't do anything, but then he's brought us this demo. Oh, okay, yeah, cool. It's about getting confidence. The worst thing that happens is that your demo erodes the confidence. Cool. All right. So let's move on to the multiplayer mods editor slide. And this may not be for all of you. So I'm just going to put some things down that I think are important. So what kind of multiplayer? It's like there's, you know, obviously we sort of think quite a lot about multiplayer being online, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. You know, there are games, you know, I'm thinking of stuff like Overcooked or Moving Out that are kind of couch co-op. Couch co-op has sort of, it's dropped out of favor a little bit because we've all been obsessed with, you know, the internet. But it's kind of, it's an interesting place to play. Well worth
co-op during a pandemic.
Well, exactly. You know, it's totally that. So competitive or cooperative as well, I think, is an interesting thing. You know, it's quite a market, and this kind of comes back to accessibility to an extent, of games that are playable cooperatively, parents and children. You know, that's quite a thing where, you know, kids can play and parents can help. So highlighting that, you know, competitive, obviously, you know, is it, you know, are you looking at leagues? Are you looking at, is it just a one-off, like you match make? You know, there's a whole load of things to sort of consider around that. The one area of caution I'd have here is like, how suitable is it for your audience? So, you know, think about Nintendo levels of safety for multiplayer if you're pitching a kids title. So, I mean, Nintendo, obviously they're quite, Nintendo are an incredibly family-friendly company, right? And they are very, they're sort of, their online connectivity has always seemed a bit arcane in terms of like the the friend codes and what have you. But the space they're coming from is basically they don't want kids to be contacted by strangers, and that's actually very sensible. So, you know, if you look at any kind of like kids title, you would need to be very, very careful about what kind of interactions you allow between players. So whether you allow contacts to be made, like lasting contacts to be made, whether you allow messaging, you know, that kind of thing. There was an interesting article. Did any of you, was it just me that had the Nintendo Wii U a few years ago? So, you know, it had the tablet controller, which was like enormous really, but there was a tablet on it and it was a second screen and there was a stylus, and it was all very interesting. And there was, you know, what was called the Miiverse, and you could draw messages. And, you know, I read an article at one point where Nintendo spent a lot of money on technology to identify when people were drawing penises, because of course that's the first thing that happened. If you give somebody a stylus, that's what's going to happen. And Nintendo, being a family-friendly company, they did not want that on their platform because of, you know, the kids. So, you know, yeah, there are some interesting things to sort of to think about there. In terms of it, is it a creator's game? Is it something, is your game something that is going to build a community? You know, so are you going to, you know, is that part of your proposition of, you know, you look at something, obviously like Minecraft is the ultimate of that, where people build all sorts of things in Minecraft. You know, all sorts of state machines, you know, all of that kind of stuff. And that's part of a sell, really. That might well be coming under your hook of it's a creator's game, but it's something to think about. Is it moddable? Is there an editor? And again, what kind of tools are you giving the player? So I've worked with some developers where there are tools in game. So whether it's edit levels or scenarios or whatever, there's a whole load of extra QA to go around there. I'm sure, like, as developers, we can all be happy with tools that are a bit janky. And like, well, you know, do this, but like, no, you can't do that. Don't run it on that kind of monitor. And then, oh no. And that's fine in development because it's just us, but you can't release that kind of quality to a player. So you don't have to think about, if you're looking at doing any kind of editor, then there's a lot more usability that you need to, and functionality that you need to build in. I'm not going to say foolproof, because they will always invent a better fool, but you know, it needs to be usable enough for like the general public to use. And there's a lot of QA in that. So that's quite a lot of work. But the upside is that, you know, if you've got some nice tools for players, then you might start to build a community. And it might be that then your players are essentially going out and selling your game based on the content they create. So, you know, you look at something, you know, like Sony's Dreams on PlayStation 4, which is a game maker essentially. And people do all sorts of things with that. And, you know, that's, you know, fantastic. And that probably does a better job of selling Dreams than Sony do, you know. So to kind of cover all of that, I don't know how many of you are doing multiplayer. Quite a bit of shaking of heads, but it's just, you know, so for most of you then this slide isn't going to be relevant. I mean, I guess the whole moddable could still be, you know, potentially for a single player could still be something that you'd want to do. But yeah.
We would like to have... Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to ask, it's interesting that you do LOP mods and editor and multiplayer together. Is there a reason you sort of put those under the same umbrella?
Primarily because there are sort of three things that are a bit optional. They're not super related. You know, the mods and the editor potentially, but it's because I find them less common, to be honest. So I've kind of lumped them here because most of the people that I work with don't end up having a slide on this, really.
Gotcha.
That's the only reason. You know, and I think, again, this is another one where if you've got all three, then it's probably 3 slides. You know, I wouldn't advise trying to jam these onto one slide.
What do you mean by editor? So like level editor, or? Yeah,
if you've got a level editor or a character, something where users can, you know, generate content, you know, whether it's a world editor, a level editor, a combat editor, something where they can customize, and then potentially something that they can share. because I think a lot of the time the power in user-generated content is in its shareability, you know, and then it's something that if they do, then, you know, do you, when we're getting off a little bit into game dev here, but I won't go too far, of like, if you've got that, then embedding some kind of share functionality, I mean, is what markets your game to an extent. So if we look recently at Wordle, if Wordle didn't have the share thing, would Wordle be as big as it is? You know, and it's a pretty simple share thing it's got, but it's enough and it's not too much. But, you know, you look at, you know, there are many games that will allow you to share things on social media. And I think that's probably where the power is in terms of trying to build community, you know, is sort of social media. Because people, you know, if your game is on Steam, if you're sharing in your own forums, it's like, well, you're preaching to the converted kind of thing. But anyway, I'll step back from that. We're getting a little bit too deep into sort of dev. So anybody have any thoughts on that section? No, I don't think so. Go on.
Sorry, no, you do have it. I just noticed that on the screen.
Okay. All right. So let's come to our look and feel slide. So what do you want to put on your look and feel slide?
Mood board.
Mood board. Yeah. Look, that's a really cool one to do. Absolutely.
For someone like Code or an NZ government thing, if it's got Māori or Pacifica involvement, absolutely wear it on your sleeve on this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably some key art, like concept art that really evokes kind of the whole, what the whole game's about.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and on that, I would, you know, maybe, you know, look at the environment style, character style, and even it could be your animation style. You know, if you were doing something, you know, you imagine if you were doing something very much like Into the Spider-Verse, where there was the very different, distinct animation styles for the different versions of Spider-Man, you'd want to stress that, you know, or if you were doing, trying to make it look like stop motion, but it's in 3D or what have you. Again, you know, you're sort of looking for things that are as unique, that just as eye-grabbing, as you know, surprising as possible.
Maybe that doesn't work then. I was thinking like world building or like laws of the world that you're developing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if that would be in the look and feel. Maybe it would be somewhere else.
Yeah, look, it might be. I mean, I think, you know, the environment style, I'm going to sort of say that as well as like, this could come into level design, you know, so say, is the character miniature? So it's kind of one of my things. I kind of always enjoyed games where I go off and I'm a miniature character in a world, but it might be, you know, the look and feel of, I was working with a publisher recently on a game where it was exactly that. It was like a character had been shrunk down and they were running around a garden and a house environment and they were tiny. And it's like, well, you know, so the environments felt big, but it was normal sized, you know, and that's like a real, it provides a lot of interest in terms of like, well, what was small is now big, and there's a whole lot of gameplay sort of things around that. Tim, music absolutely could come under this. You know, you could have your, I'm going to call it audio, and whether that's, you know, music, whether that's sound effects, or, you know, even dialogue, you know. Maybe your game is, for some reason, delivered in rhyming couplets. You know, that's a look and feel, isn't it? My God, that would be different, especially if it's the, you know, the Street Fighter spin-off we talked about. I
think you could also put like withholding sound, because that
yeah,
also adds to the feel.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Something else that I talk about a little bit here is emotion. I talked about it a little bit earlier when we were talking about like that dragging cancer. It's like, you know, what emotions do you want the game to give off, or to you know, make the player fail? So, you know, are you a mystery game? You know, are you horror? Are you jump scare game? You know, where they're going to be, you know, and this comes about Andrew, you know, where there's like, oh, look, there's no silence, there's silence, and then boom, you know, and a tentacle comes out of the water and slaps you out of nowhere, and you're like, oh my god, you know. Those are sort of things to get across. Are you film noir? Are you, you know, there's all sorts of things with the environment style. Like I said, back in the day, you know, we were doing cartoon, you know, rendering, you know, your sort of cell shading. That was a real look and feel thing. It's like, oh, it looks like a cartoon, you know. That's probably seen as retro now, to be honest. And it might be, you know, if you're doing something in pixel art, that's part of your look and feel. You know, maybe your sounds are like 8-bit, you know, sounds like an old retro game or something. That's, you know, it really, what we're talking about is anything, you know, anything that makes your game stand out. So, you know, character customization, stupid weapons. You know, it's like, remember, you know, the sort of Duke Nukem, you know, and you've got all these really over the top weapons, you know, all that kind of stuff is, you know, that's part of the look and feel, you know, to me. And again, this could tie in with the hook and or game mechanics slides.
For this slide, ideally you'd want all your own original work, right? But would you be able to use other key influencers?
Yes, absolutely. And that's a great question, Daniel. And I'm actually a big fan of being quite upfront about the things that influence you. So some friends, some clients were pitching a game, and they were using as reference the kind of the crazy weapons of, you know, Ratchet and Crank and, you know, Duke Nukem, you know, talking about as well with the style, if, like, for example, if it's an art thing, for example, you know, maybe, you know, if you think about Cuphead, for example, that it's you know, one of its real look and feel things, it's a certain era of cartoon that it's aping. And I'm sure when they were pitching it, they would talk about that because they probably wouldn't have all the art themselves. But it gets across that mood. It's like, oh, okay, so this is going to look like, yeah, right, cool, that's interesting. And, you know, whilst Cuphead is a brutally difficult game, my God, does it stand out because of its visual style, right? It's an absolute treat. So, yeah, you know, I would absolutely go with that. You know, if you were, you know, for example, for my sins, I really have an affection for brutalist architecture. We all have our kinks, right? So if I was, you know, pitching a game about that, it would be like, I would have, you know, pictures of, you know, the Pompidou Center, or I'd have pictures of, you know, all sorts of, you know, like functional buildings, you know, some of the stuff from Blade Runner, you know, that was used are, you know, real brutalist things. And it's like, well, you could say it's going to be in this style, you know, and that kind of comes across to what I think, you know, like Zag was saying about having a mood board, you know, that would kind of fit into that as well, because it may be that you don't have, you know, you've not finished your game probably. And so you're like, you want to talk about where you're drawing your references from. Simon, yeah, Canterbridge of Spirits and the little rock characters. Yeah, that was absolutely great. And that did a great job sort of showing off, you know, you got a real feel for that game just from visuals. And gosh, it's gorgeous. It's so well done. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody got anything else for their game that they would talk about with look and feel?
On the topic of music, I made an unlisted YouTube playlist of songs that I thought fit, so it's really easy to just click on, listen through, get a feel.
That's great. Yeah, no, that's really cool. Absolutely. Andrew?
Possibly add something like any character change that they go through, so maybe.
Oh, in terms of how they develop through the game.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
like maybe the art style would change, I guess,
Yeah.
specifically for the slide.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if that's a real portion of the game, then maybe that comes onto your hook as well. But yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Is there any story stuff? I just sort of noticed it's not really.
Yeah. There, if I'm going to say narrative to cover that, and absolutely. Rachel and Matt, is your game, is that one of your look and feel things, the story?
It's certainly an important aspect of
Yeah.
the game. So I don't know whether you necessarily put it in the hook or the look and feel. We actually broke it out into its own slide because it's sort of one of the genre targets is narrative. It's a narrative heavy game.
Great. Look, that's absolutely fine. Like I said, it's like this is a framework to work with, and then you customize it. It's like any of these things. It's like I don't think there's a one size fits all, and it's just if you go off and do a pitch deck in a completely different format, I'm not going to be upset because it's what works for your game, right? And it's what feels right to you. Part of it as well, we'll talk about this a little bit later, is that you're the one that has to sell it in this format, so you have to be comfortable with it. So, when I work through this with clients, sometimes clients have me pitch their game. And so we have it in a format that makes sense to me and that I can sit there, and talk about, hey, look, game's about this. These are the hooks. And I can go through it and I can sell it. And it's me selling my game, even if it's not my game. Whereas somebody who's not me reading my pitch deck, it wouldn't feel right. It has to feel authentic. And so yours is going to be different to this. You're all going to be different to this. And it's a matter of how. So I kind of feel, any question? I feel like it's time for a break again. What is a mood board, Tim? Tim, a mood board. Do you know what? I know what a mood board is. I think, Zag, it was you that suggested mood board. Do you want to take that one?
No, I think that was somebody else actually.
Somebody else.
Sorry, I can't take credit. It's a good idea.
That was me, mate.
Oh, that was you. Okay, well, there we go. I'll let you explain that one.
Mood board is just like a collage of images that like roughly portray one or like a similar aspect of what you want your game to be like. So like if it's a forest, you just look for like a bunch of forest images that suit what you envision your game to be forest wise. And then you could do one for characters or art style or like theme, like crying people or something.
Hopefully they're not crying after playing your game.
Yeah, well, if you want to convey like the sad emotion, something like that.
Yeah.
But you can do them in a bunch of ways. You just copy paste Google Images, or you can do like a Pinterest board or a bunch of other stuff you can try. Crying forest game.
Yeah.
I ended up explaining mood boards to my mum about 2 days ago, and she just went, "Oh, so it's Pinterest." Yeah, mum. Yeah.
Wow. Cutting. Right. Okay. Any further questions before I go and get? I'm going to have some lunch because it's kind of getting on for 1 o'clock here.
Yeah, mood boards are just good for like pre-concept arting or conveying to like team members and early kind of stuff.
Every horror game I've ever reviewed ever has a mood board next to it.
Yeah.
It seems to be one of the things to do with the genre. How long for lunch, John?
Yep. All right. I'll let's come back in 20 minutes. Somebody can go and get some fresh air, cup of coffee, maybe something stronger. I don't know. How's it going? And we'll see you back here in about 20 minutes. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, folks.
Can see somebody's Facebook scrolling through. Just thought I'd say that.
I just let John know.
I love these customizable backgrounds on this.
Mine's actually featuring some of my own photography on the back here. Standing Stone's probably 2.5 hours drive north of Perth, where I live for the moment.
Jeez, it looks desolate compared to.
It's
where
just
we
like
are.
this. There's just like this little patch, and they're standing stones. So there was because all that was sea floor once upon a time, many millions of years ago, and the stones are they're caused because kind of algal things had all the roots went down and they all became limestone, and then of course the ocean receded and all the sand washed away.
Wow.
It's just one of those really, it's just one of those places. It's just there's no way quite like it. There are some stromatolites just down the road from there, which are 45,000-year-old kind of stone pillars.
Far out, man.
They've been stromatolites that are an organism, they're still alive,
It looks nuts though.
It's a really old place. Yeah.
Almost as old as John.
There's not that much between us. Like,
yeah. Is it hot over in? Are you in Perth?
Yeah. It has been. Today's a bit cooler. Today's it's only 22 out there right this moment, but it's been 40. We've had runs of 40 plus. So
my goodness.
I was going to make a joke about it being hot enough to melt lead because somebody said the surface of Venus earlier.
Yeah. It's it's going back up to that in the weekend, which I'm not looking forward to. I'm looking forward to getting to Sydney and then never worrying about that again, because that kind of 40 degrees, you just walk out the front and it's like a punch in the face. It's hard.
Yeah, I think our summer's over here.
Summers there are like what winter looks like to me. So
yeah.
And John's in Brisbane, so he gets 40 degrees and humidity.
Yeah, that's why I've got the aircon on in here. Yeah.
Goes well with the Scottish jeans.
Yes, I know. It's like everybody looks at me and it's like I'm just the most ridiculous color of a person to move to Brisbane. I mean, it's more blue than white, to be honest. This is probably the most color I've ever had. So, thanks for that. Hopefully you all got a bit of a break. We ready to go?
Yeah, good to go.
I reckon. So before we dive back in the slides, I want to just have a bit of a talk about honesty in pitching in terms of, as with your CV, with your resume, there's a temptation to sort of juice things up a little, but be careful about it. So I think a little, exaggeration or hyperbole, you might get away with. Anything more than that, and you could set a trap for yourself. So I think something to do, when you're pitching and when you're sort of doing like your company websites and you're doing anything about the studio and your experience, make sure that what you're saying in your deck matches up with what you have on your LinkedIn and what you've got on your socials, because we do check. It's something that I advise people when they're applying for jobs as well. When they say, "Oh, I was lead programmer here," and then you sort of look at it and it's like, so LinkedIn says that was a voluntary project and you did 2 hours. Nope. So people will check, they will do due diligence on you without telling you, and that's fair. So just be very clear on it. So, the example I give is don't call yourself lead programmer, lead artist, lead designer, or whatever if you were the only person on that project. If you were the only programmer, it doesn't necessarily mean you're lead programmer just by process of elimination. Lead to me and lead to publishers and investors implies people management and scheduling, right? Lead programmer doesn't mean you're the best programmer. It's an entirely different thing. So be careful when you talk about your experience with titles, but also about what you've done. It's absolutely fine if you have not shipped a game, right? There is no problem with that at all. I know I work with developers all the time that have not shipped games before. I work with publishers who work with developers who have not shipped games before. But being being truthful, being honest about where you are just is far more sensible. So I talked earlier about the game that came out last year, The Forgotten City. So Nick, who did that, he originally did it as a mod, and it was his first mod, I think. But like Forgotten City was his first game, and it's won all sorts of awards. And he didn't really have issues when we were negotiating with a publisher for him. Like he'd got the demo to a state, he'd got the design to a state where everybody was happy. So don't worry about that. So don't inflate your experience thinking that it will help you. Being honest is far, far better. And it's okay if you don't have loads and loads and loads of experience. It's not, it isn't a problem. People are far more interested in your attitude and you knowing where you are in your career. You know, if you're open and say, look, you know, it's my first game, you're probably not going to be going out and asking for 10 million. I hope you're not asking for 10 million because that's not really going to go down very well. But not having loads of experience, not a drama. So I'm going to tell you a story. I don't know if it's 100% true. I really hope it is, but it's the stuff of legend in the UK industry of a due diligence visit from a publisher that went terribly, terribly wrong because somebody wasn't truthful. So there was a person, and I won't name them, in the UK industry who had been very successful over the years and had founded studios and sold them, done very well. And they founded a new studio. And so obviously because they had great contacts, they had publishers interested in working with them, and they had publishers come visit the studio to do due diligence. You know, publishers would come and do a visit, looking for quite a bit of money, whatever, came in. They did the meeting, they were in the studio in the day, saw like everybody in the studio, did all whatever business meetings, everything went well, job done, right? Then what happened is in the morning, the publisher was due to fly out and they went, oh, do you know what? We just had a few more questions. We'll just pop in unannounced. And what they found was the studio was empty, pretty much, because this person had hired a bunch of actors and a bunch of computers to make it look like the business was more than it was. And they got caught out. So don't do that. Please don't do that. Simon, your question, what if you have tangential experience in programming games with my games? Look, that's really valuable. Be honest about it. And, you know, you can talk about how, yeah, you've come from a programming background. You've come from whatever. You know, there are people all the time I know who have come into games. Everybody came into games from outside. Like none of us were actually born here. I mean, just because V and I are knocking on a bit, we weren't actually born. Oh, yeah. I know. I'm just doing, I thought you were falling asleep. It's like, I need to get a reaction out of it. Come on. So yeah, look, everybody comes into the industry from somewhere else, whether it's as a student, whether it's from a completely different industry. There are folks who come into games who have never worked in games, never worked in anything like it. So it's absolutely not a problem. The main thing is to be honest about it, but also you can, you know, Simon, you can paint a picture of all the experience that you've got from programming outside. And I would say that's more relevant than ever. When I, you know, started, you know, programming, which wasn't quite on punch cards before V gets in there, just get that one first. It was
Thanks,
all
John, tapes.
It was, it really was. So, you know, but it was assembly language and there was no, people didn't work in teams. It was all sort of lone wolf kind of stuff. You worked on your own. There was certainly no source control. There was no backup. You know, you wrote your own tools. It was pretty much the Wild West. And so somebody coming from a more formal programming background would have been appalled at games. I think now games is in a situation where it's far closer to other industries in terms of the fact that, you know, yes, it's not unusual to have a build system. You'll have some source control. You'll have some form of backup. Please tell me you have some form of backup. You know, but there will be teams and there will be process and there will be some form of management. So I don't think it's a million miles away. And if anything, coming in with that rigor, coming in with that discipline from another industry is good, because a lot of indie developers and early developers don't have that experience and they don't have that discipline. And so I think it's actually quite a plus, Simon. I don't think it's a negative at all. But be upfront about it and say you worked in, you know, whatever it was, you know, fintech or.
I've actually started recording myself while I go through thinking the kinds of things that, you know, programmers do just so that the other guys, when they come along and see the blueprints, can kind of see the, you know, the design patterns and the processes.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's like, you know, regardless of whether you're, you know, coding games or you know, anything else, or banking apps or something, it's like a lot of it is about your approach to problem solving, particularly with coding. So yeah, I don't see that as a drama at all.
So just a quick note, people will often ask me what the best programming language to learn in is. I'm always like, it doesn't matter, learn the concepts.
Exactly. And it's absolutely true. I don't care what engine anybody uses. I'd prefer it to be one that was nice cross-platform and commercial, but you know, it doesn't matter. The principles are pretty transferable.
Simon raised the key point that Kiwis often talk themselves down. And that's a legit point. I mean, British people and Australians also talk themselves down, but the Kiwis are the true masters of the underplaying everything.
Right.
Just as an aside, if you're pitching to an American, or no, we aren't, says Daniel. But believe me, sample size of whatever I've spoken to, that has been an experience of Kiwis talking themselves down. But if you're talking to an American, don't do that. Just be really blunt. This is actually my level of ability here. This is our level of team ability. This is our level of execution. Because Americans culturally don't have that thing around understatement that other English-speaking markets have.
Absolutely true. They'll go in all guns blazing, and you know, realistically, they're your competitors. So, all right. So, time's cracking on. So we need to crack on as well. So, market analysis is a very important slide. It's a very important thing for you to do. Part of this is around who are you selling your game to? And I don't mean the publisher. I mean, what is the market for your game? So how many of you know what your market is, your target market?
A few of us, I believe.
Are we going to start picking on people for this?
Yeah, we might do.
Rachel and Matt, who's your target market?
Oh, you know, gamers. Just
everyone, you know?
No, we did do that. I always forget, is it Quantic that they have the like motivations and stuff when they talk about the various markets? And then we went through Steam Spy and sort of looked at, not that the data's as good as it used to be on there, but sort of looking at comparable markets for other games that are sort of in the same area. So I guess that's a long way of saying we do know, but I can't remember without that in front of me, actually.
I think we know who we want our market to be, which is a bit different. But we have the unusual situation of trying to decide if we're going for an educational or entertainment angle with our game, because it will shape who we approach as well. We're still figuring that out.
Yeah. So you need to figure out who your target market is, and ideally you've done that before you start your game. Like quite often it's like people get partway through a game and then have this, you know, question posed, and it's like, who's the target market? And it's like, oh, it's everybody. No, it's not. It's boys and girls aged 8 to 80. No, it's not. It's like you need to hone down. That's far too broad. So you need to figure out what that is. And there's a few things you can do to help that. So other games are aiming for a similar audience to you. So this is where we can talk about what your inspirations are, you know? So, you know, if I was making a fighting game, I would be referencing, you know, probably Street Fighter or whatever. I'm not just making a fighting game, but it's like, you know, what is the market? What other games are in that area? Because that's what you want to do, is you need to give your game a frame of reference for publishers or investors. I mean, whenever I say publishers, it's like investors as well, but it's because then everybody likes to compare, they like to comp. So if you say, oh, I'm like this really unsuccessful game, who wants to buy a game that's like an unsuccessful game? right?
Probably the
it's-
other thing there is to be really careful if you're comparing yourself to a juggernaut of the genre. I mean, if you're comparing
Absolutely.
yourself to Smash Brothers, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah. I've had people come to me with that, and it's tough. So you want to, I don't think there's a problem saying that you take inspiration from that. The point is then you have to talk about how you differentiate. So what can you say about the size of that market? You want to prove that it's a viable market. So, for example, if I was making let's say a truck simulator game, I'd want to look, well, what's the size of the market? Are there 50 truck sim games? Is there one? Is there even space in that market for more? There are some, there are some markets that like you're not going to have any impact in. But if you think about your game, what are your competitors? You need to think about that. You need to look at those, and you need to do some research on those. Part of what you need to do, and it's not the only thing, is do some research about how well they've sold. If they have not sold well, it maybe doesn't help you, right? So the other thing is how it shows them games. And that's not just a sales thing. What thing do you take from each and improve on? So, again, this comes back a little bit to when we're talking about genre mashups, where, it's like, oh, look, it's Lego plus GTA, and you create something new. But it's like if you were doing, I know, for example, V loves Hades, right, V? I'm assuming she's nodding her head. But if it was like something that was in that genre, V would be like, oh, well, look, I want that, but I want it with, I don't know, more blood or dancing, or it all needs to be, cats for some reason. What are you taking and building on? What are you changing? What's the thing where you can say, well, I'm like that, but I've got this thing, and that makes me different. So what you want to do, I think, is find, what's a comparative title? How are you not just reproducing the same title? If you're just making the same title, what's the point, right? But if you're going, okay, yeah, we're doing it, but we're doing it in VR, or we're doing it and it's multiplayer, or it's got this thing, then you can basically say, well, you're building on the goodwill of that title, of that market, and you're adding this new feature. And it's not to say that you're going to get exactly the same sales as Hades, because obviously that's a bit of a sales juggernaut. But what it does is it proves that there's a market for that game, and maybe it's the history aspect. Is that what got you, V? Is it the sort of, the mythological history thing?
The mythology and all that sort of stuff. I mean that game was instantly fun the first second that you start playing it. It's just yeah.
So if I was doing a game with a different mythology, you know what? Maybe there's a market for that. I don't know. Maybe V's not into the Mayans, but we'll find out. But that kind of thing. So you're kind of trying to piggyback, but again, you're trying to prove, give a reference frame for a publisher. If you went in and said, oh, look, we're doing this game and it's based on astrology, like, what? But if you go in and say, oh, look, it's based on mythology, and like, here are these games that have done well with mythology or whatever, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, there's a market for that. So what you're trying to do with all of that is make it easy for a publisher to say yes and to see that there's a market, but also that you're not just copying. Andrew.
Yeah, I'd just like to expand on that. Looking at like the top titles is good, but I like to look at the lower titles as well and just see, does your game look like that, or can you make it better than that? Like use that lowest game you found as a baseline to improve your game. And I think the lower games have a lot of concepts. They're just, I don't know, the marketing is executed poorly or something, because it looks great, but like sometimes they're bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there are quite often titles that are not as popular that have absolute gems of design or art or narrative in them, and they just haven't had the reach. And discoverability is a massive sort of problem. I think when you're going, don't fall into the trap of just listing titles that you aspire to be but deliver less than. It's like, oh, look, we want to make GTA, but we know we can't afford it, so we're going to do GTA Dunedin. How's that sound, right? Because it's obviously smaller scale, right, and constant rain. But it's like, that doesn't sound as exciting, But basically, you're just reinforcing the message that the existing game is great and yours isn't going to be as good, and that's kind of not really helping you. But it's an important slide. Quite often, I have people pick maybe 3 games and say, hey, look, we're taking the X feature of this, but we're doing this with it. Bloodborne Dunedin, yeah, that could work, Daniel. But, it's like, what are you taking from each of those, and what are you adding? Or what hole do they have that you're, filling that gap, you're filling that need? Because what you don't want to do is compare yourself directly, because you're going to lose every single time. And you certainly don't want to go in with, well, Hades sold X million copies. Surely we can do 500,000, because no, that's kind of not how you want to approach it. Francis, you have your hand up.
How recent would you say your comparative games should be? Because, say if you're making a zombie game and you use the big zombie games from 10 years ago, that market doesn't really exist anymore. So you would probably want to stay quite recent with your comparisons.
I'm not sure that I would agree. I think part of it is, if it's, can you pitch it, can you couch it as like, oh, look, it's time to reboot the zombie genre. The zombie genre has been rebooted, but you can go, oh, look, going back to timeless classics such as Zombie Game X, where you're like, oh, okay, there's, it might be that because of a generational change, the fact that we can, do far better graphics, or we can do more multiplayer, or whatever it is, it's like, oh, look, it's time to, to revisit this, and you can actually make a compelling argument for it. I think as well that if it's, I don't have any issue with going off and sort of citing less well-known games. I think if anything, it shows some thoughtfulness. If you can say why you're choosing that game, like what it is, oh, look, this game that you've never heard of, that was only released in Japan, but my God, the combat system was amazing. We want to take bits of that and do that with it. Whoever's reading your pitch, if they're interested, they're going to go off and read about it, and they're going to see, do you know what? Actually, this person knows what they're talking about. They went off and did that research, and that sounds interesting, So I don't think so. I don't think you have to, again, it's not, be careful not to just benchmark yourself, because you're going to lose, because you're not going to have the budget of the games that you're holding yourself up against.
Sometimes it's particularly with a genre-defining game or something that comes and goes. But the other thing too is there still might be a niche in the market that's currently not a big title in that space, and maybe you could be that big title. If you look at something like Disco Elysium, that released at a time when everyone was saying single-player narrative is dead, and then it smashed every record imaginable.
Yeah.
So, and then there was we haven't seen an adventure game where you kind of just walk around and talk to people for a while. Here's one, it did massive. And now we're back kind of in that space a couple of years later going, well, we haven't seen anything back here, so maybe it's time someone did one.
Yeah. So, I think, for your title, find things that inspired you, find things that are relevant, find things that prove there is a market for your game. It's difficult to be the first in a genre, right? But also you don't want to be a copycat. And we got any other questions or thoughts on sort of market analysis and how you can position your game?
Yeah, I had a burning question I wanted you to talk more about if you could. Just how do you properly use player personas to develop your market analysis?
How do you use what, sorry?
Player personas. If you were to Johnny is 12 and plays sports.
Yeah. If you want to go down that route, I'm not sure that I would do that in a pitch deck. To be honest, I think that's
just outside of the pitch deck.
Yeah. Look, that's something I kind of struggle to recommend, really. I've seen folks do it, but I'm not sure. I think you could invest a lot of time in that and not get anywhere, is my concern. It sounds great, and it sounds like, but it sounds like something that it's more the kind of like market research pros would do rather than us. Certainly rather than me,
No, that's cool. Yeah, no, I just wondered if you had any insights on it, but no, it sounds like it'll be a bit long, so don't worry.
Yeah, no, that's right. Simon, I'm just looking at your question here. What if one of the major mechanics is associated with hugely popular games that's achievable by small teams, Stardew Valley, but you have significant differences that make it unique? How do you spin that? That's exactly what I'm talking about, I think, really, Simon, of, saying, you're taking this feature from whatever game and you're adding something to it, you're improving it, you're fixing an issue with it. And you just sort of say, oh, look, inspired by this. I don't know. What else? What else do you mean, Simon? Can you give me a little bit more context?
I was talking out loud, it's probably a bit faster.
Yeah, sure.
I was just meaning, so for example, you were talking about the case of this game sold this many million units,
yes.
But you don't want to say, oh, well, I think we could sell this many units. But for games where the major key examples have sold significantly large numbers of units, it's hard to reference them without maybe sticking your foot in your mouth by over promising, essentially, because saying I will sell 10 million units is a big statement to make.
Oh, it is, and you don't want to do that. We're going to get to your revenue forecast shortly and your sales forecast, and we need to do that. But yes, I think you don't. There are games. Obviously, there are many games that have sort of aped certain things from Stardew Valley or other real massive breakout indie hits. And I think everybody knows that you're very unlikely to reproduce that. I think that it was the temptation is to say, well, Stardew Valley has done stupid amounts, and gosh, if only we got 10% of those sales. That's also probably wishful, because those sales are just, that's just going to keep selling forever now. It's just ridiculous. What we need to do when we come to the revenue forecast, it's all going to be tied in with what you need to finish the game, and then working out a price and how many copies that needs to be for a publisher to break even. And that's kind of the test really for, is this achievable? So we will come to that, and it's super important. All right, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which is I've got platform details. So I'm just going to run through this pretty quickly because I think it's fairly self-explanatory. So target platforms include what you want to put it on. So this could be the case where you're like, well, look, we'd love to get it on, Mac or for some reason, or we'd love to get it on PlayStation or Switch, because then it's about intent. And I think if you see it as oh no, this game was designed from the ground up for PC and will never run on anything else, that's okay, because it might be a great PC game. But if you can't go cross-platform, you're betting everything on PC. And it's a lot better to bet on multiple platforms. Publishers will be a lot happier, even if it means that they have to spend more money getting it ported for you. But a bigger market is always better. So talk about the current platforms that you are on. So it may be that you're just on PC, and it's honestly not an issue. The other thing is if you are on multiple platforms, talk about the difference between them, between the implementations. So the example I've got here is, if you're doing mobile and PC, obviously you've got some differences there in control method. You've got a keyboard and mouse versus touchscreen, and that's manageable. But you need to sort of figure that out. If you're looking at the very, art heavy stuff where, look, our high-end PC and our PlayStation 5 are, going to have ray tracing. What are you doing on the Switch version? Maybe you're not doing a Switch, and that's fine, but it's just to highlight, and to set expectations there. The other thing that sometimes takes people by surprise, your expected age rating. And this is partly linked in with your target market, but also if you consider your content, that's really going to affect your commerciality. So, and I would always talk with this about, ESRB rating, which is the American one. Yes, the rest of the world exists, but as you know, America only tacitly acknowledges us. So broadly, I talk in American terms about ratings, and when I'm talking about dollars, sadly, I'm talking about American dollars, just because the industry tends to be in that. So what's your expected age rating? If you're an E for everybody, great. If you're an E10 plus, probably fine too. T for teen, okay, what are your descriptors and why? And if you start getting into, like an 8, the 18, the adults only, you're starting to shrink your market. You're starting to raise a bit of a red flag. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's something to be aware of. So it's worth doing some research on, and again, you can come back to the games that are similar to you, that you've sort of taken as inspiration or comparative titles, and look at what ESRB rating they've got and why, and do you think you'd get the same one? So you can go through that and you can find the list of ESRB has descriptors that go along with each one. So there might be mild crude humor or mild violence or heavy violence or whatever. And that will affect it. And basically put your expected age rating there, because that will help. If the publisher is looking at it from a sales forecast point of view, their age ratings will come into it when their sales team are looking at trying to forecast. I know on PC, we don't necessarily need age ratings because Steam isn't enforcing it at the moment. But it's still worth doing, especially if you're talking about having it on other platforms. Certainly, publishing on console, you have to have an age rating. Publishing on mobile, you have to have an age rating. So, ignore it at your peril is what I would say. Anybody got any questions or anything they want to add about the sort of platform details slide?
Yeah, could you put plans for porting in like a post-release timeline?
You could. So let me add here. It's like yeah. So I think that's kind of going to come into the next one when we talk about timeline. But yes, absolutely. And there are a couple of schools of thought around it. In many ways, I'm a big fan of getting all the versions out at the same time, because then if you're fixing any bugs in one platform, you can fix them in all of them at the same time. You're doing all your localization at the same time. You're doing all your marketing, your PR, you're leveraging. You get that effect that it's on everything. And that's cool. And from a sort of a personal point of view, it means I get all of the SKUs out of the way at the same time, and I don't have to worry, as opposed to them drip feeding and coming on month by month. I've worked the other way. I continue to work the other way on some things where, like, a PC title has maybe come to a publisher and they've published that, and then like, okay, well, it's gone quite well, so we'll do the console ports, and that comes afterwards. And if it might be that they're outsourced, or it might be the developer wants to do them, but you sort of you can get into some situations where the original game is getting updates and the console one comes out and it's frozen at V1, and the console folks are like, well, where are our updates? And it's like, well, about that. Yeah. Did that answer your question? Kind of, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else on the platform details slide? I don't think there is. So, all right, we will go to the next one, which is the timeline and the schedule, which is massively important. Do you all have a timeline schedule of when you're going to finish your game or when you're going to get to alpha?
Zag's what crowdfunding does.
Yeah, Zag's nodding, Mikey's nodding. Some people are going, is this a nod? Is this a shake of the head? Maybe he won't notice because my video is small on his screen. Yeah, I see. Yeah, basically, you've got to go in with an overview of your full schedule. So what I mean by that is, like, where did you start? What have you done already? So this partly comes into making sure that you are selling the game as there is already this amount of investment in it, and it's just that they haven't paid it, right? But it's also like, what are your key feature dates? And so this is when we might talk about post-release content, and we might talk about later console ports. So having a schedule, you may not have the answers to all of it, and it may be that you're like, do you know what? We want to do post-release content, but it's going to depend on sales. And it's like, that's cool. You can be vague about that. The main thing that you're selling at the moment is your game to like release V 1.0. That's the main thing that you're selling. In terms of the, like, where did you start? Be upfront, like, hey, look, we've spent 12 months getting here. We had investment at this point from V, a code, you know, highlight all those things because they are absolutely to your credit. You got to where you are now because of something. It didn't just happen. And it's your skill, it's your perseverance, and potentially V's money that's got you to this stage where you're pitching. And you need to seek and receive credit for that, right? In terms of the future key dates, when are you going to get to your vertical slice, you know, where there's something of everything in the game, you know, and it's representative? When are you going to get to alpha? When are you going to get to beta? When are you going to be ready to do like, you know, QA? When are you going to be ready to basically submit for release? And you need to have an idea of that. And that's actually going to form part of your budget as well. So are you looking for, oh, hey, look, you know, we want to release in December 2022. No, you don't. You're an indie game. You don't want to release in December. No, you know. So you need to have that. The post-release content, you may not know, right? This can be, you know, a wish list of, you know, it can be very high level. It's attractive quite often to publishers to have post-release content.
Simon's asking if they invest in a timeline, how strictly do you need to stick to it? And
yeah.
Also, do you mention the part-time work in the past when pitching?
Yeah. So the timeline, yeah, look, you do need to stick to it, especially if there's money involved, and it will become contractual. So it will be, you know, let's say everything goes well and you do this pitch, and, you know, you get a contract put in front of you for whatever amount of money it is you're seeking. And part of that is going to be an appendix or an addendum that lists your milestone dates. And you will be expected to sign up to certain deliverables on certain dates. And there may well be penalties in the contract if you don't meet it. It's also how the money is released. So, you know, let's say, you know, somebody signs you up and you get $250,000. They don't actually just give you $250,000 and say, hey, come back in 2023, let us know how it's going, yeah? That will be done on stage payments on milestones. So you will likely be able to negotiate for a certain upfront payment because obviously you have cash flow issues to deal with. And then it will be like, and, you know, your next milestone will be in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever it is. You will deliver these things, and that will get you this next amount of money. And so it goes, and so it goes on right through to the end. So it's basically, they will release money as you prove that you make progress. And if you don't, then you kind of don't get the money, is the thing. So it's them spreading their risk, obviously, throughout your development. It's also holding you to account. And actually, it's something, some people get very scared about it. And I don't think there's any reason to be scared. I think it's actually good to have an outside party kind of nagging you to stay on schedule, because it's very easy to like, nah, it's fine. I'll just do that. You know, having that time imperative, that need to deliver can actually be very, very productive in terms of it forces you to make decisions. You know, I'm sure you've all had times with your games when you're like, oh, we could do that, or we could do, I can't decide. Needing the money crystallizes your thought process, focuses it incredibly. Is it always the best result? Don't know, but you're still in business and you're making progress. The point is you're incrementally making progress, and that's what it's all about. So yes, you do need to stick to it. There will be cases where you can say, hey, look, can we shuffle these things around? Or we think it's going to take longer. You know, if you're looking about minor changes, it's probably not going to be an issue. If you're looking for more time and then more money, there will be penalties involved. I've worked with developers and publishers where, oh, we need an extra 6 months. Okay. And an extra $200,000. Okay. So that's fine. We're reducing your recoup. Like we're taking more money off you for every copy. And that's the cost of doing it. So, realistically, whenever you do your schedule, you don't want to be optimistic with it. You want to be safe. If it just fits, it doesn't, would be my advice at the very high level. In terms of mentioning part-time work, you mean part-time work on the project, Simon, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, there's absolutely no issue with sort of saying, hey, look, I've been working on it part-time. This is what I've got. I mean, it's like, I think there is benefit to that of showing like you've got the discipline, like you're holding down a full-time job and you're still able to work on this game X hours a week for however long, and this is where you've got. I think, again, it gives some context that like maybe it's taken you 2 years to get where you are, but you've been doing that on an evening. That's very different from 2 years of full-time work. So I wouldn't shy away from it at all. So
just because we've got a few people here out on Kickstarts versus and another team on a startup program, but this for prototyping and Kickstarts, we're really generous. We're probably too generous in many ways. The startup, we get a lot more crabby because it's a bigger quantum of money, it's a bigger risk for the organization, and that would be and the other thing too is that preparation for dealing with a publisher as well. I've actually found myself saying to a previous grantee, I'm not going to mention who, or even, it might not be a code one because I've worked with other orgs, but I've actually ended up saying to them, hey, look, if we were a publisher, then I would have been having a very different discussion with you right now. And exactly in that penalty clause thing.
So just so just covered there the key milestone deliveries to talk about. So like you sort of, obviously the games industry is incredibly inaccurate for defining all this well, and everybody will talk about it in different ways. But broadly, your sort of pre-production, when you have a first playable alpha, which I like to say with alpha, it's like kind of content declaration, that everything that you think is going to be in the game is in the game. It can be placeholder, that's fine. It can need tuning, but everything's there. And then beta, when it's like, look, it's all there, it's tuned, it's final, it looks as good as it should do. And then submission, obviously, is your release candidate. So you need to work out when those are for your game. And then it's like, how many staff? So how many full-time employees do you have or do you need to get? How many people are contractors? And who are you using as outsourcers? So it may be, we were talking about finding audio people. They're quite common to outsource because not everybody can afford to have an in-house audio person. Makes perfect sense. Might be animation sometimes, all sorts of things, but like listing what it is that you've got. And so part of this is going to lead into the next slide, because this is giving an idea of how big the team is. You've talked earlier about how big the game is, in terms of all of that. And now you're talking about the timeline, and it's like, so it's 20 people for 2 years. Okay, so that kind of helps them work out the kind of quality, and then that's helping you justify your budget, which is the next bit we need to talk about. Any more questions on the timeline and schedule?
I guess I was going to ask, is there a general rule of thumb that I guess anyone in this room has used to estimate their timeline? I heard once upon a time that you in the most ideal scenario, how long does that take? And then triple that.
That is actually something it's known, and there's a lot of like scholarly work on it. It's called optimism bias in estimation, and it's totally a thing. And I usually estimate double that, get paranoid, and then add 50% again.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think hopefully if you've delivered some kind of first playable, if you're at the stage of a demo, how long did it take you to do the things in the demo? Because there are some things that are going to be similar, not the same, but it's like if you've got, 15 characters and you built 3 of them for your demo. Okay, what did you learn? What was the process? How long did it take? All right, so we think to do another 12 is going to take this amount of time, this amount of manpower. And you can sort of estimate from there with levels and what have you. You're not going to get it right, and you're going to want to add buffer. I don't know, you have to start somewhere with a plan and look at it and review it with people and go, does this sound crazy? Is this too optimistic? Because the chances are it is. You know, I mean, Daniel's absolutely right, but I don't have a rule of thumb for how long it takes. It's like, you know, sometimes I can look at a game that I'm working with and go, yeah, you've got 6 months in that. And they're like, we're finishing next week. It's like, no, you're not. Because some of it is the things that you just don't know, you know? So it's like, well, no, you've not done, you know, your localization isn't ready. You haven't done, you know, all the QA, you're not ready for manufacturer submission because your standards are a problem, you know, whatever. It's like, and it doesn't feel balanced. So, and you're going to get all these bugs. So you're looking at 6 months, champ.
It's also worth pointing out that there are lots and lots of, and I'm sure John's been around the block on this one, lots of team projects find that it can actually take you a long time to get good at estimating things just for your team. And you've got to develop different techniques for different teams.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think it's one of the things that if you work with the same people for a while, you can really build up a rhythm and you build up a shared knowledge of how long something will take and how complex it is. And I don't want to get into methodologies too much, but it's like when people talk about when Scrum and Agile works really well, it's because people can estimate well because they know the people around them that they're working with. Andrew, you had your hand up.
Just to add to that, you can usually do like an estimation of your productivity time instead of just like a random buffer. You could say like, oh, we hope to be like 70% productive of an hour a day or something, and do it that way. If that helps you with the calculations more.
Yeah. Francis.
Yeah, what would you say is the best way to present all of this data in your pitch? Would you use something like a Gantt chart or?
Yeah, look, potentially a Gantt chart, or you know, quite often with people I've done almost like just a single timeline broken up into months, and then highlight like, oh, you know, September 2022 project kicked off, November 2022 funding from code, you know, and you sort of show where you're at, and then you show the outstanding bits on top of that, so that you can show you know, the full timeline of how long the project is taken from inception to end, and the kind of the key points on it, so you can. You know, you can then highlight, oh, look, you know, we're expecting first playable at this date or alpha at this date. And you're kind of giving some, you know, it's an estimate, obviously, but it's like seeing it all in one. And as a timeline like that, I find quite useful just as a visualization.
We're probably going to have to keep moving on, just the time's beginning to creep up is all.
Yeah, absolutely. So the commercial plan, the difficult one. So how is your game going to make money? And this is, we come back to the business model at the beginning of, are you premium? Are you free to play? Are you ad supported? You know, or even are you subscription? But you need to be very sort of clear about it. What is your retail price? This is the bit that folks lose their minds over. You need to set the price of your game. Nobody else is going to do it for you, right? If you go into a pitch meeting and you don't know what you think your game should cost, it's going to be a difficult meeting. So how do you do that? You look at your comparative titles and you see where you fall in terms of value, right? So are you, you know, comparing to, if we look at something, I don't know, the recent title Unpacking was what, $25, I think, when it came out. There was much discussion about the price. How do you compare to that? You know, like if $25 value is fair for Unpacking, what is fair value for your game? Now, obviously you want to try and find the game that's relevant to you, because again, you're talking about that market space where your game exists. So for the game that you're going to get V to play, that's based on mythology, how much was Hades V?
I bought it on Switch, so it was $240.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. The Switch tax is a thing, but you know, how much is that?
It was $30 or whatever, but you know.
Yeah. But you know, how big is your game in comparison? You know, you want to be realistic with what you can charge. There are two ways that you can go. You can underprice yourself, and people often do that. There's a number of issues with that. Partly, people will judge you on price if they're like, oh, it's only $10. Oh, it can't be any good then. But there's also, it can put a publisher off because they're like, well, we can't sell anything for $10. The other way is that you overprice yourself. And it's like, oh, well, obviously it's worth more than Hades. Is it? And then people will go, well, hang on, I can get Hades for less than this. I don't have an answer of how you do it, other than to say it's an incredibly difficult but crucial decision, and you've got to talk it through with people. It's one of the most important things that you're going to do is set your price. Now, the other thing that you have to do is you have to justify that price. So you say, well, it's going to be $35. Why is that? Well, let me tell you, we've got 100 levels. We've got 15-player multiplayer. We've got all this. We've got blah, 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 blah. And you could be right. But if you don't know why it's $35, you don't look very good, right? And it may be they go, you know what? We see where you're coming from. We think $20 is better. And you go, yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough, whatever. And that's fine. The next thing that you need to do with your retail price, and you need your retail price to do this, is your sales and revenue forecast. So what you want to do here is work out how many copies break even. So let's say, let's say the game's $10 because I don't want to do difficult maths. The day's getting on. And let's say we've got to make fictionally $1,000 back. So that's what, 100 copies, yeah? My math's right there? Yeah? Okay, cool. So except it's not, because you lose round about 30, 35% to the platform holder. So you've got, we'll call it 35% because tax, because foreign exchange rate, whatever. So all of a sudden that has to go up. So build yourself a little spreadsheet, work in US dollars. So your price should be in retail in US dollars, and your sales and revenue forecast should be calculating in that. So work out and go, okay, what does it cost to break even? And then this also comes into, yes, Jordan, it is standard to kind of work in US dollars. Nobody understands, sadly, what New Zealand dollar or Australian dollar is. They're just like squiggly words in front of the dollar sign. Working that out, so you work out how many copies, and then you've got to go, well, what are you asking for in terms of money? That's called a developer advance. So if I'm looking for $1 million, but the sales and revenue projection I've got means it's only going to make $500,000 back, nobody's going to sign that. If it only just breaks even, nobody's going to sign that, because realistically, the publisher has other costs as well. So the publisher is arguably going to be paying, they're putting money into it for PR, they're putting money into it for marketing, for QA, for localization. Maybe they're doing console ports. They should be very upfront with you about what costs they are incurring, but they want to make that money back. So they don't just want to recoup like what they've spent on you. They want to do a lot more than that. So what you need to do is present a compelling business case where it's like, well, this is like a license to print money. It's never a license to print money, but it wants to be not seen as risky. So what a publisher wants to do is make a lot of money back. They want a lot of return on investment. Francis.
I forget where I heard this. It was, I think, in a GDC talk or something, but the way that they phrased it really stuck with me was to build forecasts for how much return on investment the publisher gets. So
Yep.
how many unit sales you have for a publisher to make 100% return on investment in you.
Yep.
I found that really good.
Yep.
Also, the other thing that you need to take into account for your revenue forecast is sales. A lot of games release on sale, small sale.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the other thing. It's like, it's very idealist to think that you're going to sell all of your copies at full price. You won't. The majority of your copies will be sold on a sale. That's just how it is. Now, that can go on for years. Games have a long tail or whatever, but you're not selling everything at that. If you want to do your calculations and go, look, on average, we think we're going to sell copies at 50% off over the lifetime, that's fine. I've seen some publishers do that. There's some publishers I've worked with where they're like, in the first year, we're going to get 90% of the cost. In the second, we're going to get 75. Third, we're going to get whatever. And they forecast it that way. Your sales and revenue forecast is going to be wrong. right? I can guarantee that it's going to be wrong. But like your price, it's like, this is what we think. And if a publisher is confident in that and it works for them, then they're going to buy into it. They're going to do their own forecasting, and that will make the decision.
Sorry, Jeff's got his hand up, and I know that Jeff has to go.
Yep.
Yeah, true. I do have to actually jump off to a production meeting. I actually just wanted. It's worth assuming. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's worth assuming that if a publisher believes in you enough to pick up your game and believe in your team, they're typically going to want relationships going forward as well. So when you're looking at budget and ask, they're usually thinking, well, you're going to want to make a second game as well, right? And maybe it's not with them, maybe it is, but it's worth it to them if they build a good relationship with the developer and continue publishing their games going forward, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it may be with a contract that part of it is that you have to give the publisher first refusal on a sequel. That's quite common. I see that a lot. I think for a first title, it's unlikely that they would sign you up for guaranteed more than one, but they would quite often want the option of, oh, look, if there are sequels or spin-offs, contractually, you have to offer it to us first on similar terms kind of thing, or terms plus 10, 15, 20%. Yeah. Was somebody else have their hand up as well?
I think that's it for the moment. We'll try and keep questions and everything, because we need to sort of finish this session off. So
absolutely,
try and keep everything a bit condensed at the end.
Yeah. So the other thing, part of the ask, so there's the developer advance, which is dollars. If you're not looking for dollars, great. Not everybody is, but you're also looking for something else, probably localization, QA, PR, marketing, and then maybe console ports. So those are all things that you're asking for, and be upfront about what you need. Yeah. All right. We will crack on, and the key studio details staff. Sometimes I do this. I advise people to do this as a full of a deck about the company, but that's kind of optional. What you want to do at least is have a slide in here, and it's like, who are you? What have you done? So be truthful here. If it's your first game, that's fine. Don't lie about it. What's your story? Is there a story behind your studio? Is there a story behind your game? It's like, oh, we all met when we were in a hostage situation, so we made a game about hostage situations. That's fine. Hopefully that's none of your games, but it's an interesting part of the sales technique. What have you done in the past? We covered that already. Sorry. Who are you working with? So this is when, if you are working with any notable outsourcers or whatever, that's great. This is where you would talk about, Code New Zealand grant or something, right? And you would do that. It's worth talking about staff pedigree. So your staff worked on. So, that little, I worked on this little game, it's called Minecraft. I don't know if you've heard of it. Or whatever it is, whether you worked somewhere else, something that's relevant. And then just the last bit is like, this is sell yourself, sell your studio, but be honest, about what you're doing and where you're at. So it's like, yeah, look, we're first-time developers, and it's like, we're looking for a publisher that can help us grow. There is absolutely zero shame in that. It's a good thing to do. It's a sensible thing to do, knowing where you're at. Any more detail than would fit on a slide, you need to do a separate deck. Some questions that might come up from this, they might come up in person. Oh, what tech are you using? Are you Unity? Are you Unreal? Whatever. What packages are you using? Do you have this? You don't really have space to have them in here. If you do a studio-specific deck, sure. If not, it'll come back as a question, and you just have to be ready to deal with it. So we'll get to the final slide, because then obviously we want to talk about questions and presentations and stuff. So this is kind of a little bit of almost a legal slide, I think, to some things. So your studio name. So, Nathaniel Studio Limited or whatever it is. Yeah. So you have that there. I would give a registered address and your company registration number because people are going to look you up. And if you're not, don't pretend to be something studio if it's just you trading in your own. Just be honest about it. So to have all that on the back, you can have logos there, you can have whatever. I always put a thank you and I thank people for their time on it. And then actually specifically have an email contact. So who is it that will be dealing with inquiries to this? It may not be the same person who presents it, and that's fine. But basically what you've got in here from the start to the finish, you've got your game name, you've got your company name, you've got your contact, and everything in between is details for questions. But nobody can lose you now because of that, right? The other thing that I would talk about, and we talked about customizing these decks, I would customize this for every single submission I do, for every meeting. And I would pick a naming convention for the slides, for the deck. So whether it's this publisher and the date, and then maybe your name game, the name of your game or the name of your studio. But basically, if it's a PDF or a PowerPoint in their deck somewhere, in a computer somewhere, you want it to be so they see it and they go, oh yeah, that's right, that's that game. If your publisher, like if your deck is, I don't know, team17.powerpoint, well, they are Team 17. It's like, what? It makes no sense. So I think it's worth, partly for your internal tracking and partly for them, publisher name, your game name, maybe the studio name, and a date, possibly a version if you're doing a version as well. So that then when you're talking to them, you can verify which version of the deck, what version numbers it got on the front. And you can just check that you're talking about the right one. So you don't go talking to them about the one where you're asking for different amount of money because it's a different publisher, or you're talking different platforms. So the consistency is there. In terms of size, I like to try, if possible, to keep the decks around about a dozen pages. It's not a hard and fast rule, and it will vary. Like some of these slides you're going to have multiple of, depending on your game. It's more a matter of how long it takes you to get through talking this slide. If you're meeting in person, as if we can, but if you were, like, when V and I have been at Gamescom or GDC, you're going to get a 30-minute meeting.
Not even that, because you're physically running in the door.
Yep.
You have your presentation on a tablet or a device where you can open it instantly, have it all ready to go, have a trailer there. Obviously demos and things and all that sort of stuff, but just have it ready to go. You don't want to be sitting there being that person waiting for a YouTube video to load on the show floor.
And the whole thing is everybody's running late. So you're going to have the meet and greet. Oh, how did you have trouble finding us? Blah, blah, blah. Time difference. Oh, you're from New Zealand. Do you know? No, I don't. Whatever. You're going to have all of that. And then you've got to do your pitch. You want to do your pitch deck. You want them to play your demo, and you want time for questions. So the sad, scary bit is you probably can't afford more than a minute per slide, right? Which is terrifying, but it's what it is. You don't want to rush through it, but this is why you need to practice it. And this is why you're coming back in 2 weeks to do this, because then you're going to try it and we're going to see how long it takes. And V's got the missiles. We've established that. The other bit, I prefer having it as a PDF. And the reason is that you can read a PDF on anything. If I'm at a bar, at a social thing, after like a day of pitching, I happen to bump into somebody from a publisher and they're like, oh, we're looking for titles like that. What can you tell me? Phone comes out. Oh, look, we can go through it. Bling, bling. Your videos are on your phone. Bling, bling. You can show somebody. I totally get when people are like, oh, no, it's in Google Docs and we've got these animated GIFs and it plays video and it dances. That's lovely. Doesn't always work when you're somewhere else. So I think that also in terms of the length of it, again, it's attention span with people. If V is reviewing a lot, obviously the pitch that you do to code, the documentation is something a little bit different to this. But if people see so many of these, they don't want to spend forever going through them. They need to be succinct. So sort of bullet points where you can. I think the thing is that when you're presenting it, you can talk around the bullet points. Don't just read what's on the slide. I apologize, I've got a needy cat here telling me there's something terribly wrong. And that's it. Also, if you do a meeting, whether it's on Zoom, whether it's in person, follow up immediately with an email. because you want them to remember you. Hey, look, it was great to talk to you about this project on this date. And I would broadly include, I tend not to attach documents. I would more likely include a link for them to download it from somewhere. And then I send a trackable link, so a bit.ly link or something, so I can see if they've opened it. And then you can see if they've shared it to other people as well. Whereas if you send an attachment, that could go to 200 people in the organization and you have no clue. But if they thought, oh, here's the link to the deck, and you start saying, oh, like somebody in France has downloaded it, somebody wherever has downloaded it. Sorry, it's going to help a cat there. And then you can get an idea of how into it that publisher or that person is. It also helps you to follow up, because you know, have they downloaded it? Have they opened it? Yeah, cat, thanks. Yeah. So you can sort of chase up and go, oh, have you had any trouble downloading have you downloaded the link? What do you think? And you know they haven't. But the thing is, you've actually got some visibility into that. Whereas if you sent it as an attachment, who knows, right? So you can kind of remind them and chase them, knowing they've not done it, but they get to feel, oh, yeah, no, I was just looking at it. And that's another reason why having individual decks for individual publishers works, because then you're only sending the link to one publisher, and you know that person at this publisher either has or hasn't opened it, or they have shared it elsewhere in the organization. And that's incredibly useful, because doing your pitch is only part of this process, right? Following it up is the other part. You can have a great pitch and then never hear from them again. And if you don't chase them, it's not going to happen. They've done 20, 30, 40, 50 pitches that week. You need to sort of be on your game to sort of get out and chase it. So, possibly put the fear of God in you. Don't know. We'll see.
The magic question, and Simon's pointed out, is roughly how much you'd be asking for and you'll be giving up. I presume there are some rough bracket for different levels. That's a day session by itself.
It kind of is. And in terms of giving up, I think that's kind of the wrong way to look at it. People quite often are negative about publishers and say, oh, they take so much. It's like, look, a publisher is doing a lot for you, right? And I'm not saying that because I work for a publisher as well, but they're doing the things that you can't or don't want to do or don't have the skills to do. They're sorting out your localization. They're keeping you on track. They are doing your marketing, your PR. They are getting you on the front page of Steam. They are managing your sales and your promotion. They are doing so many things for you. And yes, of course, they're taking a cut because it's a business. But they wouldn't do it if they weren't going to make money. And if they make money, you're going to make money eventually, right? And it's the cost of doing business. It's like, if you don't get the money from a publisher, if you got the same money from a bank, well, then you've still got to pay for all those things that publisher's doing it, and you've got to manage all that. And are you up for that? Do you have the skills? Do you have the time? Do you have the inclination to do it? So in terms of giving up, there's, if you're talking about revenue share, that kind of thing, it varies a huge amount. And part of it will vary based on the publisher. The terms will vary hugely based on the publisher. The percentages will as well, and also what's recoupable. So some publishers will say, look, QA, we just cover the cost of QA. We swallow that in our cut. Some of them will recoup every cent of QA. And it's just how it works. Everybody's different. And so the split, whether it's 50-50 or 60-40 or whatever, is not the end of the story. It's not necessarily the thing to focus on. And with developers in the past, I have worked and built them spreadsheets of, imagine it sells this many and the terms are this, and then imagine it sells this many and the terms are that. And you can see that it's a difficult thing to work out. Part of it is who you feel comfortable with as well. It can't just be a financial decision. I appreciate it's getting late. Are there any other questions from folks? Because obviously it's early for me and I appreciate it's later for you.
It's been super insightful though.
Thank you. Good.
What are we asking everyone to do for next session, John? That's the big question.
Build a pitch deck. So what you have to do, if you dare to return, is using whatever from this works for you, right? You don't have to put it in this format. build a pitch deck. Come and pitch to me. Come and pitch to V. Your game for what you want, and tell us the game's going to cost $20, $15, whatever. I want $500,000. I want $150,000, whatever it is. And my game is going to sell because it's got this bit from Minecraft and this bit from Fortnite or whatever it is, right? I don't know what many of your games are, and I am looking forward to learning about them. And hopefully they are going to be more engaging than my pitch was for 15 that didn't seem to work for anybody. Nobody can pitch that, by the way. That's gone. So hopefully 2 weeks, we'll do that. And if we can aim, we'll see how we go. We can aim. If you've got 10 slides, you get 10 minutes. If you've got 12 slides, maybe we'll make it a minute and a half a slide. Maybe we'll be nice. I don't know. V's the one with the button for the missiles. So, you know.
Yeah, let's just keep it reasonable, 15, 20 minutes max. But I mean, like, it just reflects the real world scenario.
Yeah, make it so that you can do it with a screen share. So something we learned last time, trying to screen share video, not a good plan, right? So yeah, do that. So if you can share it in the same way that we've been sharing this board, talk through it, and you'll get feedback from us, and everybody gets to see what you do. Again, it's all friendly, nothing's precious. And somebody's going to have to go first, and that's awkward, but your first pitch is always going to be the worst. And V and I talk about this when we go to events, that the first pitch meeting you have is your worst of the event. I always try and make it one that I'm least concerned about. I don't want it to be the one that I really want to happen. And you'll find that every time you do the pitch, you get better. And if you end up doing a week of pitches, you've got it down pat so well by the end of it.
You can say it in your sleep, pretty much.
Pretty much. And if if it's two of you, so Rachel and Matt, look, it's not a problem. Quite often I've pitched as part of a sort of two-man team and take on bits, and and again, that can work really well. So don't think you've got to nominate one of you. If you both want to sort of get involved and take on bits, if there are bits that you have expertise in that it makes sense to do that, great, do it. Probably not practice alternate word. I mean, it would be memorable. Nobody would forget that pitch. I can promise you that. Yeah.
So yes, and then but you need to do it as a chorus with your whole team of four. Then Mickey, yeah, that'll be great.
And look, if it's going to be a limerick or rhyming couplets, that's fine too. Entertain us.
We probably need to close out this session. Just any final questions before I hit the end button?
Throwback. Just if it's a really quick one, John, do you have any tools that are your recommends for sourcing sales figures?
No, look, the best. You can read press, try and find like when a publisher has announced a certain thing. If it gets to a certain amount, they may announce it. Other than that, on PC, Steam Spy is not 100% accurate, but my estimation is that it's as inaccurate for every game. So if anything, you're getting relative. So you can see this game sold twice as well as this one, and that's kind of the the thing. And when you're talking about sales figures, I prefer not to say, oh, this title did X units and we can do this amount. Not massively keen on that. But it's more about like judging, okay, well, this title did 1 million units. Can I do, is it reasonable for me to do 10,000 or 20,000 or whatever? And then using that figure to work out that you could be profitable.
Totally, yeah.
If you feel like, oh, hang on, no, we need to do 250,000 to break even, you've probably got an issue.
Got it. Okay, thanks for that.
No worries. Simon, we were just talking about you whilst you were away. No, we were talking about any questions and like come back next week with the pitch deck. So that Miro link, all that mind map is just going to live there. I don't alter that. That's for you to sort of go over. It's probably easier if you've got the link than for me to try and output it as a bitmap. So hopefully that is useful to you. Simon.
Sorry. Yeah.
So I guess one question that to do with the publishing thing, I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer, is for the thing I mentioned in the past about ongoing development. How does publishing agreements work in that context? Because say you did, 2 years of work extending the game, and you made it twice as big or 3 times as big. Do the publishers just get ongoing, keep the ongoing agreement, or does it change, or do they offer extra help, or how does it work?
That's for you to negotiate really with the deal. If it might be that there's a contract for initial delivery, and then you negotiate a contract for DLC. I've done that. It might be that if your title is in early access, you negotiate and you have publisher funding to help you go from early access to V1.0 launch, and then maybe not after that. But I mean, those are all the kind of things that would then affect how the revenue is split. And again, depending on the publisher, it might be that for ongoing, for an ongoing game, as long as the revenue is coming in, that they're not going to be investing money in terms of QA if they're seeing no sales and you're just updating the game for a largely dormant audience. But I mean, if you're successful, then if the game is continuing to generate revenue and new sales, then it's less of a problem. But most likely, what you would talk about first would be getting to release. Whether that's an initial release or whether that's from early access to release, and then probably talk about ongoing beyond that, when they sort of can make an estimation of like, well, is it worth investing more money in this title? If the title hasn't gone well, they're probably not going to be interested in investing further.
All right,
Cool.
thank you.
No worries.
Is there anything else before we close this out? Because it's nearly 5:30 over in Kiwiland.
Yeah.
Cool. No. All right. On that note, you can find John and myself on the Code Discord. John at Game Consulting.
Yep.
You can, and we're able to answer questions, etc. If it's bad feedback, then you can send it straight to John. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Great.
Will the recording be sent out to everyone? Yes, but after the next session. So we sort of allow everyone to get it all done before then. But the mind map will, of course, stay up in the meantime.
Yeah, absolutely, for you.
So next session, we'll start more or less starting at the same time. We'll be doing that, aiming for 10 to 15 minute pitches. We'll try and keep it punchy and keep so we could like time to offer everyone feedback. Time yourselves before doing, like, do the mirror pitch and then time yourself doing it, just to get a vague idea about that.
Yeah.
Just because obviously we want to get through everyone in the day. Anything else, John, before we close the session?
No, I think that's it. Thanks very much for coming today. Appreciate your time, appreciate your company, and thank you for sharing as much as you all have about your games. Very much appreciate that.
Yeah, and to you too, John. Thanks.
All good.
All right, everyone, you have a good evening, and we will see you back here in 2 weeks' time.